Is it good? Hi, everyone. Welcome to the Plurality Research Network Conference. I'm Rose Blumen, the Executive Director of Plurality Institute, and on behalf of our steering committee, Audrey Tang, Danielle Allen, Glen Weyl, James Evans, and Michael Jordan, we are so excited to have you here with us today. Thank you for braving the storm and the rain and the flight delays and all of that. So we've been working over the last 6 months to design a really fantastic program for you, all with the goal of helping to bring this community together, to get you connected and collaborating together. I'm going to give you a quick overview of the plan for the next 3 days. So today we're going to have 4 rounds of lightning talks with discussions in between. We're going to explore Plurality's North Star, tools in the field, calls for research, and open questions. I'm going to invite you to sit at a different table for each of those sessions so that you can meet a lot of people. And then tonight we're going to have a happy hour and a poster session. It's going to be really fun. My favorite jazz band is going to be here, so you should definitely stick around. Tomorrow we have an unconference all day, which will be 25 sessions that'll be led by you, and I'll let you know later on how you can sign up to lead an unconference session. All of the sessions will be focused on developing and building out the field of plurality. The final day, day 3, you can pitch a project. We're giving out $25,000 of funding, and you will decide how we will distribute that funding. We will be using quadratic voting, so you can decide what projects are really important for developing this field and help get those funded. So basically today, we're gonna get a lot of ideas out. Tomorrow, we're gonna dig in on some of those ideas. And on the final day, we're gonna see how we can take those ideas and turn them into reality. A couple logistical items. Our agenda, if you haven't seen from all my emails, is plurality.institute/agenda. Bathrooms are out this door and on the right. And we are hiring an executive director. So if you're interested in that or want to help us get the word out, you can check that out on our website. And without further ado, I'd like to introduce Glen Weyl. Glen is chair of Plurality Institute. He spearheaded this whole operation. He's also leads the Microsoft's Decentralized Social Technology Collaboratory, which is such a great word. He founded that, and he's the lead researcher there. He's also the founder for the Radical Exchange Foundation, our sister organization. So without further ado, please help me in welcoming Glen.
So actually, it's perfect that Rose was just up here because the first thing I want to do is just to say Rose and her husband, David Blumen, are the heart and soul of this organization. They've volunteered a good chunk of their life for the last year to make this all happen and to bring this organization into existence. So we're just so incredibly grateful to have them, as well as the amazing team of sort of friends and collaborators they've brought along. Vivian Arrington Barnes and Firen Forrest, with whom many of you guys have been corresponding, have just done so much to make this happen. I also want to thank our sponsors, Alpha Chain, Claros, Radical Exchange, Protocol Labs, New Public, Vitalik Buterin, an anonymous donor and who just joined yesterday, Plurigrid. They are not just providing the support that makes this all possible, but they're the people who are really on the ground putting these ideas into practice and making use of them. So I love having sponsors who are also our partners in implementation. And I think you'll hear a lot more later today from them about all the ways that they're making use of this and all the things that they need from the research community to make that possible. So the goal of the conference today, as Rose highlighted, is to try to help form together a community, a subfield, an academic cluster around the idea of plurality. And you'll hear a lot about what plurality is in a moment. A quick version of it that I would give is that it's a vision of the future of technology that rather than focusing on replacing individual intelligence or collective organization with technology or machines, instead seeks those machines as a means to proliferate individual identities and collective organizations by allowing them to intersect and sort of generate each other more effectively. But rather than tell you, myself, the point of what we've organized today is emergence. So that's the idea behind plurality, and we want what plurality is to emerge from the community of people that we've gathered here today. And we want to not just tell, we want to show. We want you to experience as much as possible what it is that we're talking about, as well as say it together. And so I just want to illustrate a little bit to you some of the aspects of this conference that will do that. So first of all, we've tried as much as possible to the limits of our abilities to create a space that brings together the many different threads that we think are necessary to create that feeling. I think one sharp illustration of this is at the back table over there. We've got Mike Neblo and Kevin Owocki both sitting there. Kevin fully decked out in swag, and Mike in his suit. So that shows you like just one microcosm of the intersections we're trying to bring together. But more broadly here, we have about 75% academics, and they're spread across a wide range of fields, probably significant representation of computer science, philosophy, lots of different social sciences, sociology, economics, political science, and then folks from a range of other fields like law, math, physics, biology, and so forth. And then we've probably got about a quarter of people from outside of the academy who are business and technology leaders at the cutting edge of areas like foundation models, AI, machine learning, decentralized social technologies, Web3, who are helping make these things a reality, who are grappling with the issues raised here. We have business leaders from a range of different areas, political leaders, civic leaders, artists, and so forth, all trying to make us understand that while we want this to be an academic field of research, we want it to be a field of technology research, a field that's actually connected to practice and application. And the event will flow in a way that, again, we hope mirrors the things that we're trying to create here. So today will be sort of a field building day where we sort of set context, but context that emerges from the diversity of different perspectives that folks bring to it. We're going to start by sort of defining what it is that we're after. Then we'll go into the tools that people are creating to instantiate that, the ways people are deploying those tools, and the questions that those open up, finally, for the research community to try to tackle. And then tomorrow, we're going to hope that you all come together in new combinations to form collaborations that will help define the field, that will help make those networks into new clusters, give birth to new groups, and then we're going to try to collectively support those on the third day by allocating these funds that Rose said that we have. So we're trying to sort of instantiate almost the, I don't know if people know the term, but the OODA loop. We're trying to give people a sense of where we are and what this community is, who you want to connect to, and then actually take action to support those collaborations going forward. So it's an incredible honor to be here with you all today. I just feel so lucky to help connect this community. And please, if any of you want to meet someone or see a connection that needs to be made, I view my primary role today as being sort of a network connector for you all. If you have any suggestions about how we can do things better, please raise them to me or Rose or David, Viv, et cetera. And with that, I want to welcome to the stage the perfect person, I think, to define the sort of philosophical goals we're going after here. She's someone who really changed my whole trajectory through the conversations I've had with her about these things. So it's a microcosm of my own journey of coming to plurality as a frame. She's got too many different elements to her to describe concisely, but among other things, she ran for governor of Massachusetts. She is one of the leading political philosophers and also classicists of our time. She's an author of best-selling books, etc. Danielle Allen.
All right. Good morning, everybody. It is great to see you, and I'm just checking. I needed to know where my time cue card is out there. Got it. Great. Beautiful. Thank you. This is a really exciting occasion, and I hope you all feel it as much as I do. I know you've come from all over, and that's an extraordinary thing, to put the physical energy, personal energy into making a trip to come to be in a place with people you may not know yet. So thank you for that. And thanks seriously to Rose and David for everything they did, to the folks at Radical Exchange, Matt and Paul and everybody else, but above all to Glen. He won't often stand up and really say he's building things here, but he truly is. And I know a lot of us in this room are FOGs, and that's why we're here. And he's right. Our own connection has been as impactful for me as for Glen. So just to share, to start, we know each other because of radical disagreement. I read something Glen wrote, and it made me so angry that I invited him to the Institute for Advanced Study for a workshop because I was bound and determined to change his mind. This was an argument that we were having about global inequality and economic policy and immigration and the like. And that moment where I read something he wrote was so angry that I was like, I've got to talk to this guy, has also been life-changing for me and changed my own intellectual journey. I've been thinking a lot in the last few weeks about Thomas Kuhn's Structure of Scientific Revolutions. And I believe this meeting right here is one of those paradigm-changing moments. It's not like it comes out of the blue. It's not like it comes just from the fact that Danielle and Glen happened to have a lunchtime seminar at the Institute for Advanced Study, a decade ago or something like that. It comes out of all kinds of unfolding lines of thought. For me, a really important keystone is Mark Granovetter's really early work on networks. I know you all know that work. We haven't always said out loud how many fields it's rippled through. So I'm a political philosopher. At the end of the day, when people ask me what I work on, my answer is democracy, past, present, future thereof, no question mark at the end of that. And from my point of view, Granovetter's work has completely transformed how we should be thinking about justice, how we should be thinking about democracy. By virtue of making clear the power in networks, the alternative forms of human organization that are possible if you pay attention to the bridging elements of social capital, economic capital, all kinds of capital. Lots of things got turned on their head. Over the course of the 20th century, in political philosophy, there was a real tendency to push the political being, the political person of ordinary people to the aside, to expect that technocrats would figure out how to engineer an economy that would more or less deliver wealth and growth for everybody, redistribution, would make sure that those who were on the losing end were nonetheless sort of part of a rising tide lifting all boats. That was a deeply, from my point of view, erroneous view about the path to human well-being. We are complete creatures setting the direction for our own lives, in our own private life, but also through co-ownership, co-creation, co-authorship of community and public spaces is, I believe, necessary to human flourishing. A lot of the thought of the 20th century just completely missed that. Mark Granovetter, crazy as it sounds, really opened up a door to restoring that recognition about what human beings need, what it takes to thrive. And as I see it, this meeting right now is a moment for some of those core insights about networks, about plurality, about disagreement and bridging across difference, but in a context of cooperation and toward cooperation and new opportunities for coordination, solving public goods problems and collective action problems. All of that now kind of comes together here with all the disciplines and areas of expertise represented, and we have a chance to sort of build that out and truly change the set of interlocking metaphors and concepts that people use to drive organizations, to drive policy, to drive basic thinking about human well-being. So that's why I'm so excited about this conference. I want to share one more thing to give you a sense of just how humanly profound I believe this work is. This comes from the 20th century philosopher Hannah Arendt. I'm sure lots of you know Hannah Arendt's work. She's a German-Jewish emigre, so she escaped Nazism, having been a student of Heidegger, of all people, and was then in this country teaching at the New School, University of Chicago, places like that. She published a really important book at the end of the 50s called The Human Condition. And in it, she makes the case that human flourishing consists of three distinct activities: labor, work, and action. So labor is that which we do to support our biological needs. So fulfilling basic biological necessities, making sure there's sort of subsistence, food and shelter. Also, it's the zone of reproductive activity. Work is the zone of meaning making, where we make things together, we make culture, we act creatively, we form communities around things that we co-create. And action is the space of politics, where across disagreement, the entire purpose of politics is actually to navigate disagreement and turn it into something productive for human beings. So action is what we undertake in the space of politics, where we're trying to navigate all that difference and complexity. Now, the really important thing about Arendt's picture of human well-being is depending on labor, work, and action, is that in her view, every human being participated in all three of these activities. This was a radical break from the history of philosophy. If you pay close attention to the history of philosophy, going way back to the beginning, what you'll see is that the basic conception of human beings was that those three things should be understood from a division of labor point of view. You go back to Plato and Aristotle, enslaved people got to do the labor, all right? Work was for so-called craftsmen, and action was for statesmen in their vocabulary. And that picture has maintained its way all the way through until the 20th century. But as Arendt really said, no, it's every single human being should be doing all of these things. That's what a human life is about. And there are lots of mistakes that those early philosophers made in terms of what they understood about human beings when they thought that it was possible to allocate these tasks in these ways against three different categories. Now, the way this connects to what we're doing is technology has, for so long, and understandably so, been thought of as about finding labor-saving solutions, right? About replacing that part of human experience that is the drudgery part. The part, it's just a tax on our resources, our energies. You know, the laundry machine is the classic example. Somebody's mother finally gets a washing machine, and now, lo and behold, can participate in the life of culture, can participate in the life of politics. It's not tied at home in that way. But that conception of technology as labor-saving has really seeped through all kinds of ongoing work. It really is underneath a lot of the way we frame thinking about artificial intelligence, replacement of human beings, replacement of the things that we're not so good at. And the problem is that misses this whole other picture of humanity, that we need to do all three things. Even the labor part has some value for us. So yes, there's lots of ways in which labor saving and labor replacement of things that are the less important part of our capacity, that's all valuable. But even there's some value to labor, and certainly we all need that subsistence. And so figuring that part out is non-negotiable. But it's really the support for human creativity, world making together in the cultural space, human political interaction. We need technology that can support achieving subsistence for all in just ways that can support that creative engagement and world making, that can support that political work, working across difference and disagreement in order to achieve things that are productive for humanity. It's a completely different model for thinking about what technology should be and do. And so I'm so excited to see the kinds of collaborations that will emerge from all of your conversations over the next 2 days. As I said, I think this is the beginning of something profound. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Danielle. I'd like to call up Seth Lazar, our next speaker.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Danielle, for that. That was really inspiring. Okay, so I'm going to start getting down into the weeds with you and talking about algorithmic governance and political philosophy. I'm going to set my timer now, so don't start it yet. Okay. Okay, so one of the things that is part of this whole endeavor is definitely going to be using technology to support individual and collective action. That's inevitably going to require governance. So I'm a political philosopher. I think about governance a lot, and I think about, how can we govern effectively? How can we govern justly? Just to say what I mean by governance, I mean settling on implementing and enforcing the constitutive norms of an institution. And what we're going to see with a lot of the projects that people are talking about over the course of these few days, I imagine, is ways of using technology to perform governance in a way that previously was done by other systems, for example, by law. So I draw this contrast between extrinsic governance by law and intermediary governance by technology. Extrinsic governance is like the way in which the sort of, the shape of this building, for example, constrains certain things that are possible for us to do within it. It's how we govern people by setting boundaries for them, and they then kind of operate in an unmediated way within that. In a phrase from John Dewey, extrinsic governance is like the way the river's banks govern the flow of the water. Intermediary governance actually sort of uses the tools that we use to connect and communicate with one another to shape the kinds of interactions that they then enable. This is more like thinking about the way in which the bonds of the water molecules join them together. And I think it's important to reflect from the perspective of political philosophy on the differences between these different approaches to governance at a very high level. And I think that actually political philosophy really needs to catch up in this regard. It's not something that we've thought about as a field. So let's talk about how we justify governing power and how we can then use that to sort of do a bit of compare and contrast across these two modalities. There's three basic questions that you ask. I call these the what question, the how question, and the who question. So the what question refers to substantive justification, like what you're actually using power to do. The how question refers to procedural legitimacy, like the ways in which you're using power. And then the who question refers to justified authority. Okay, so the question then to ask is, when we're using technologies for the purposes of algorithmic governance, are we making it presumptively harder or easier to answer these different questions relative to other methodologies of governance that we might use? It's important to stress here that we're talking about affordances, right? So affordances are just sort of the ways in which different technologies and different things that are available to us kind of push or pull in different directions. They're not determinative, but they are really important to take into account, especially when you're designing new systems. So just as a little snapshot of the ways in which extrinsic power and intermediary governing power kind of differ with respect to answering these three questions, think about the nature of the question of justified authority. So who has the right to exercise power? One of the challenges that we face, one of the affordances of intermediary power, is that it enables us very easily to kind of conceal where power is operating, who's governing. Anybody who has tried to use like DALL-E or ChatGPT to do something that the policy folks at OpenAI don't want you to do, has discovered this, right? You just sort of, somewhere in the back end, someone has introduced either a filter or a model detecting content that they don't want to be promoting, and that's then being used to govern your behavior as you use the platform. It's very easy to obscure and render invisible the source of authority. Procedural legitimacy is an obvious challenge when using technologies, often because of the ways in which they can be opaque and they can sort of operate in the background invisibly. This is something that Larry Lessig wrote about, in 2000 in his book on code, but it's something that is even more kind of apparent now as we're using generative AI tools as well. You can make these sorts of, you can make technological governance kind of irresistible, you can make it invisible. So that's something that needs to be pushed against as well. Substantive justification, there's a background, a sort of assumption with extrinsic governance where people are able to operate kind of freely just in case, just until they're sort of prevented from doing so by law. Kind of in the physical world, we can do stuff until we're told that we're not to. If you're generating ways for people to interact, then the background presumption is inability. You're creating every option. This creates really interesting differences in the defaults, right? A default assumption, if you're able to just kind of do whatever, sort of act until you're being prevented from acting, is that you can sort of, the law can permit something without explicitly endorsing it, favoring a certain kind of neutrality. If all you can do is sort of decide whether something is going to be enabled in the way that algorithmic governance requires, then the law's sort of semi-neutral option is to actually not enable it, to prohibit it. So this again changes the balance that, that operates between these two different ways of governing. Okay, so I've got 20 seconds left. Actually, I've got more on my timer. Affordances are not destiny, so this is really important to know that like identifying the ways in which intermediary governance differs from extrinsic governance is not the same as saying that you're sort of necessarily going to end up leading to sort of more authoritarian outcomes when you govern through technologies, but it is something that really needs to be addressed head on. And we need to be very careful not to be drawn into the illusion of perfectible governance, like the idea that you can solve all of these problems in advance through the technologies that we design. I want to stress that resistibility and friction are necessary for justified authority, and look forward to talking with you more about how to address these questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Seth. Next up, Christopher England.
All right, hello everyone. Americans today often take freedom of speech for granted. Not many people realize that the legal protections we're accustomed to today didn't emerge until the middle of the 20th century. Historians have always found it ironic that this was the very moment when media concentration ensured that the vast majority of Americans had no ability to actually use their newfound rights. I would suggest that this is not, in fact, necessarily a coincidence. Recent history shows this, that as digital media has made it more possible for individuals to obtain a mass audience, there's been pushback, and slander laws have been revived to punish people like Alex Jones. I'm going to suggest today that the history of both media censorship and media concentration in the United States have been problematic for democracy, and that the way forward is with programs like V Taiwan that incorporate diverse voices but are set up in such a fashion as to promote agreement rather than conflict. So in a lot of ways, I would say our modern media ecosystem is most like that of the early republic. This was a time when printing presses were very affordable. Artisan printers filled homemade sheets with rumor that they heard on the street, and partisanship, violent partisanship, was the rule. The result was our first and much more violent cancel culture. It was very common during this period for writers to be challenged to duels for their claims or to just be assaulted in the street. And this culminates in 1798 when President John Adams passes a law criminalizing criticism of the federal government. Famously, Thomas Jefferson defeats Adams and allows the Sedition Act to expire. However, he quietly encourages his own people to pursue cases against spurious claims in state courts. As time went on, censorship only became more prevalent in America and came to fall disproportionately on marginalized people. In the 1830s, Andrew Jackson led a campaign against the abolitionist press. He barred abolitionist newspapers from being distributed in the South, and his rhetoric inspired a series of anti-abolitionist riots in which abolitionist writers were murdered, as in the case of Elijah Lovejoy, or assaulted. In 1873, Congress passed the Comstock Act, which banned immoral literature in the United States. This lasted for several decades, and over 150 million tons of literature was burned under this act, including scientific material on contraceptives, for example. At the same time, there is a parallel story in the United States of increasing media concentration under commercial firms which had an incentive not to alienate anyone. The idea of an objective press is born in the 1830s when you have papers in New York City that have the resources to publish daily editions. The consequence, however, was that media became prohibitively expensive. In 1835, it cost about $500 to buy a newspaper in New York City. By the beginning of the 20th century, it cost nearly $1 million. In the 1920s, media concentration becomes even a bigger issue when the FCC divides up the radio spectrum and gives a preference to large corporations that can promise well-produced programs. And you do, during this period, see a rapid drop in political partisanship that only seems to reemerge when the media ecosystem becomes more diverse. We sometimes look back idealistically at this period of concentration as a time when media was responsible. However, in reality, this was a period in which the monopolization of news allowed for conspiracies of silence and also for citizen disengagement. So this is a period, for example, when a professional taboo develops against reporting on the foibles of powerful men. When LBJ was asked by reporters why we were at war in Vietnam, he pulled out his penis and said, "This is why." And yet the public knew nothing about LBJ's persistent exhibitionism or JFK's infidelities. More problematic, the news media during this period suppressed news of American foreign wars, bad news. 9 years after the beginning of the Vietnam War, 2/3 of Americans still reported having little knowledge of it. So I have to go, but I just want to say this is why I think networks like V Taiwan promise a better way forward than these two historical trends of concentration and censorship.
Thank you, Christopher. Next up, we have Judith Donath.
Thank you. Do I need to advance to the first slide? Okay. Hello. So I am going to be talking about the replacement of trust with surveillance and other technologies, which is something that is happening kind of out from under our feet in ways that I think we're very seldom aware of the extent to which this is happening. But think back of what it took, for instance, to buy something on credit, 50 to 100 years ago. You would have to establish a relationship with a store owner, maybe buy some smaller things until they trusted you enough with larger amounts of credit. Today, I can just go like this as I walk out the door of the store, and I'm essentially buying things on credit. But if you look at the workplace also, any manager, Karen Levy has just come out with a fascinating book about truckers, which are the most surveilled employees. Until recently, the manager would have to have a relationship with the people they worked with. For instance, if it's a trucker, to be able to trust them if they said, the reason I'm late is because there was a tremendous amount of traffic, we broke down, as opposed to, I stopped at my girlfriend's house on the way over here. In an enormous number of ways throughout every aspect of our lives, what we're seeing is an increasing use of surveillance and other technologies to achieve the kind of confidence that we need to interact with each other that once required the building up of trust and trusted relationships. So there are actually many who would argue that perhaps this is a good thing, that we've advanced beyond trust, that trust is a way of achieving confidence that might have been fine in the past, but we don't need it any longer, and perhaps good riddance to it. If you think about it, we're not actually always that good at figuring out who is trustworthy, and then we have to deal with the rather unpleasant consequences of our misplaced trust. trust is also rather antithetical to diversity. A lot of times the way we trust others is because they have a similar accent to ourselves. They have a similar skin color to ourselves. And so it makes for a lot of very difficult to overcome in groups, and it is also pushes us to dislike out-groups, and it doesn't scale very well. So perhaps good riddance to it. What I would like to argue instead is that we really need to think before we allow this creeping loss of trust to institutions and technologies, because a lot of the, particularly academic discussion around trust defines it in a very bloodless economic way. Russell Hardin, for instance, who's one of the great scholars of trust, described it as encapsulated interest. If my interests encapsulate yours, that is the experience of trust. And if we look at trust without looking at how much it is fundamentally a embodied and affective experience, its evolutionary roots go back to the neurological systems that evolved originally to have the bonding between parents and child. You know, if you've ever been around a baby, they are also kind of unpleasant at times. They cry, they scream, they throw up on you, but people will kill to protect their babies. If you've been between a bear mother and her cub, you would realize that you really do not want to get between that bond. There is underlying the oxytocin system and others that really enforce that bond. And over millennia and millennia, this is part of what evolved to help us bond with other people. So there's a deeply, for one, we can talk about this at length in 5 minutes. I can't cover this in full depth. But for one, it's deeply an intrinsic part of who we are to experience these bonds, but it's a reward system. There's something very pleasant and happy-making about trusting and being trusted, which is very different than the experience of getting an email saying that your credit limit has just been raised. And that's at least a fairly neutral experience, but the confidence that we get through constraints, such as technologies, is often quite unpleasant. So it is not necessarily something we want to just give up as blithely. In terms of what we want to do for this, it doesn't mean that we have to give up on these technologies, but to think much more in terms of how we can use these as the scaffoldings to build up the kind of trust that we want. For instance, to build up the scaffoldings for the early types of trust that could help bridge across diverse groups so that we can articulate the types of relationships we want and networks and expand that type of trusting relationship using technologies to help scaffold it and support it, but not to replace it. And as I am wrapping up, because you trust me to only speak for 5 minutes, it's important to remember that trust is also a practice, and that if we do not, as we start to lose the rituals that we had used to achieve trust, and simply the practice of learning who's trustworthy and being able to make those decisions, the more we depend on the technology, the weaker our ability to form trusted relationships becomes. Thank you.
Thank you, Judith. That was happy making. That was happy.
Oh, thank you.
Next up, we have Henry Farrell.
Okay, so this is a session which is supposed to be about North Stars, and I want to give a really boring North Star, which is that we want to have systems that are both pluralistic and stable at the same time. This actually is something which is pretty hard to do, and we're going to have to generate new forms of practical knowledge to get there. So right now we've got a lot of pluralism. Look at American democracy, for example, but that pluralism is turning in some pretty toxic ways. It is destabilizing the systems that we want to contain it, and we want to channel it and make it useful. And things are likely to get worse. There's a lot of discussion about information technology and its contributions to making pluralization toxic, and we're going to see more and more of that. We've got a lot of debate at the moment about whether or not social media platforms do or do not lead to a polarization and spiraling disagreement Over the next few years, we're going to see increasing discussion of the consequences of large language models, ways in which they can generate bullshit at scale, and what kinds of consequences this might have for the ways in which we actually try to figure out how to agree, how to disagree. When we have real citizens contending with fake voices, we're going to have to create a whole lot of new systems to deal with this. Now, problem is, where do we go for the knowledge that we need to build this? Engineers aren't necessarily particularly well trained to think about this, even if engineers are building the systems that are really reshaping the world around us. This is in part because they love to think about things in terms of optimization. Optimization is a fantastic set of tools, but if you have fundamentally clashing values, you cannot put those together into the neat functions that you can then figure out how to optimize. Now, I'm a social scientist. I would love to be able to come and say that political scientists have the answer to this. In fact, in some ways, I think we're actually worse. We can talk about clashing values until the cows come home. What we cannot do is think about how to deal with some sort of these clashing values in ways that promote robustness and stability. Our first instinct when we see a difficult problem like this is not to figure out how to solve it, but instead to figure out how to study it and how to write academic papers around it. So, what do I think we need? I think we need, and some of you may recognize the reference here, what I'm going to call piecemeal democratic engineering. And the idea here is something that is like engineering, but much more like building dry stone walls, that you have all of these different, irregularly shaped bits and pieces that you try to pull together somehow into stable, self-supporting structures that do good and useful things. And this is going to require drawing on social sciences, drawing on engineering, drawing on a whole lot of other knowledge. And it's going to be very difficult to do. We're going to have to get comfortable with complexity because many of the problems that we're trying to deal with and many of the tools that we want to use to deal with them are going to be fundamentally complex in their application in the technical sense of the word, which Scott Page and other people can tell you about. We're going to have to start from human beings as they are, not the ways in which we tend to model them. They are not neat mathematical abstractions. There's a ton of good working cognitive science here that we can build upon, which suggests, for example, that human beings, and this is not a point which is unique to cognitive science, as the quote from Aristotle demonstrates, human beings are fundamentally political animals. We have modules in our brains for coalitional politics to figure out who is winning, who is losing, which side we ought to be on, and this means that any system of pluralism that we create is going to have all of that messiness and partisanship and many other things which people would love to engineer away, but cannot engineer away without re-engineering the human brain, which is probably a bad idea. We want to start also, and this is a particular temptation to avoid for people here, we want to start from problems rather than from solutions. We have a tendency to geek out on neat mathematical tricks. We want to start, as Lynn Ostrom did, by figuring out what the problems are that people want to confront and then building ways to do this. This will often involve building on what is already there. There is a lot of practical wisdom in institutions that are already there. We cannot start from blank slates. We're going to have to make our systems secure against multiple different threats. Think about information security, the ways in which people talk about threat models and attack surfaces. Apply that to democratic and pluralistic structures because the system will inevitably be gamed. And finally and emphatically, we cannot get rid of disagreement from these systems. Disagreement instead needs to be the fuel that we actually use to try and make pluralism work. James Evans and his colleagues have fantastic work on Wikipedia which talks through how this works and how this can work. Even in Wikipedia, which is a pretty flawed system, you can turn stubborn, persistent sort of disagreement into something that is socially useful. This will involve a lot of experimentation and iteration, and with that I will leave you and thank you.
Thank you, Henry Farrell. Next up we have Nathan Schneider.
Thank you. The subtitle for this talk that wouldn't fit on the slide is How Some Annoying Dark Patterns Are Possibly Ruining the World. There's really just one way that power flows online. Think of your online spaces, your online communities. Authority derives from founders or server admins and their delegates. There's opaque policy making. You don't see how policy gets made often, or how decisions get made. Those happen in private, in somebody's head, in this guy's head. Suppression of user voice is the primary privilege of authority and the means of managing community. This is something I call implicit feudalism, a pattern in how our systems are designed that I think has really important consequences for the fate of democracy and its possibility in our everyday lives. In particular, this pattern, this way of operating, is constraining plurality. I've seen it in my reporting and research in how this kind of system design has actually prevented and constrained democratic social movements, as well as community ownership of online platforms, and democracy in just those everyday communities that we inhabit. The different kinds of spaces related to our interests and passions just are not able to be organized in creative, democratic, appropriate ways because our systems constrain us into an anti-plural form of organizing. It's like bowling alone as a social operating system. Tocqueville would be rolling in his grave. And of course, this has consequences far beyond those intimate spaces. We're crowding out rich governance legacies that we inherit from our diverse cultural backgrounds. Ancestral practices are not able to find a place in online spaces, and we're not able, therefore, to benefit from those ancestral habits of decision-making and conflict resolution. We're also limited in our ability to reflect diverse cultural practices in online space, suppressing cultures that don't fit into the implicitly feudal logic. And I think this is actually contributing also to the authoritarian turn we see around the world. The authoritarianism in intimate online space becomes a kind of model for what we expect in our larger scale political lives. We need a capacity to draw on those longer legacies. This means, on the one hand, a kind of nerdy challenge around engineering and system design. In the Metagovernance project, we've proposed a logic, what we call modular politics, a set of design challenges that online systems should have to be able to enable plural forms of governance, diverse forms of governance experimentation. This includes modularity, the ability to move pieces around and combine them and connect them, expressiveness, systems that don't constrain but actually enable a wide variety of possibilities, portability, the ability to take lessons from one space and move them to another, and interoperability, the ability for different governance spaces to talk to each other, to create polycentric governance practices. We also need policy that encourages plural online self-governance. Currently, the kinds of discussions happening about the regulation of online space, and by extension, the emergent political spaces of so much of our lives, is predicated on the idea of implicit feudalism, of top-down power, of somebody in charge who tells everybody else what to do and constrains what others can do, say, and decide. So think about how we can instead insert creative self-governance as a solution space for the kinds of problems that we face. For instance, in social media, in the regulation of labor platforms, in the distribution and production of infrastructure. How can we use self-governance as a means of solving our great social problems? How can we ensure that self-governance is being enabled by our regulatory regimes rather than constrained by it? Thank you very much. There's much more in the footnotes on each of these slides. I really look forward to the discussion that is emanating from this group. Thank you.
Thank you, Nathan. Next up, we have Puja Ohlhaver.
Okay, so I think I'm probably the only speaker who probably took this question quite literally on what is plurality's North Star. Plurality does not have one North Star, it has many. And like stars, all of us are here in this room, hurtling through space-time, radiating out our beliefs and desires, just like light. So some might think the question of plurality is, how do we keep our light as differentiated as the stars we see in the night sky? Some might say differentiate in markets. Okay, well that's surely better than being told what we want, which would certainly diminish our light. But are all preferences expressed in this way, in monetary trades? Well, we also reveal what we want when we talk or trade time. And increasingly we talk on digital channels which trade access for our data. And this challenges our plurality in several ways. First, channels make money by maximizing engagement and auctioning off our data, as we know. And it turns out we are most engaged when we are in conflict. So instead of surfacing consensus, today's digital channels nudge conflict, reducing our plurality into polarity on a collision course. Second, channels hoover up our data, accumulating the power to build monolithic AIs that perhaps know us better than we want and can manipulate our preferences in ways that we can't see or know. This risks collapsing us from plurality into black hole singularity. So how do we avoid both singularity and polarity in favor of this third way, plurality? There are lots of open questions about communication channels. What are they? Questions about speech norms, questions about privacy and the uses of shared data, questions about even the structure of the pipes themselves. And all of these questions are actually interrelated. So who decides and how do they decide? $1, one vote, one person, one vote, one token, one vote. And how do we express and balance all these participants' preferences? Well, we can learn from the stars. It turns out, actually, that light intensity decreases inversely proportional to the square of the distance from the star. If brightness didn't diminish by an inverse square law, but was, for example, linear, light would envelop the whole sky and we would lose differentiation. Similarly, rather than having people linearly project the intensity of their preferences and drown out all other voices, what we want is greater marginal cost to more influence. Now, quadratic voting is very interesting, and it does this by making the next vote more expensive than the first, proportionally increasing the cost of more influence. And interestingly enough, the same is also true of gravity. If it didn't diminish by an inverse square law, stars would collapse into each other. But is quadratic voting really all that we need to find consensus across all of our lights in this room? Essentially square rooting over the intensity of our brain's preferences? Or is something missing? Heart. Or the greatest mystery of the universe, love. Where does our light, our beliefs, our desires, our preferences, which we project out, come from after all? Well, it turns out we are social beings born into a set of solidarities, starting with our family, school, and neighborhoods. As we age, we differentiate and broaden our communities, growing a rich network of overlapping memberships with different magnitudes of affection, which change over time, as well as the communities themselves, which are in perpetual stochastic recombination. And like stars, as we age, we contract, our solidarities shrinking, and perhaps our intensity increasing. Now, these communities look like communication channels, which I've drawn before, and that's because they are bound by norms and values. And it's through these channels that we form and evolve our preferences and even language norms to express them. And because our preferences are emergent from these conversations, simply making the cost of our influence proportional to how much we care isn't enough. We also need to discount how biased or influenced we are by the conversations and the channels themselves. So, returning to the analogy of stars, on the macro level, we look like these self-sovereign stars, right, flying through the universe, emanating preferences, which we square root over so we can differentiate and see the light from other stars. But light is also a wave and can have properties instantaneously entangled with other light waves across vast distances. And so what we really want to know is underneath the intensity of our preferences, how correlated or entangled are they with other people's by this invisible, messy, stochastic social process we call communication. Our light may seem differentiated and idiosyncratic on the surface, but may be correlated with other light waves across vast differences and distances. So in fact, digital communication channels do just that, create greater entanglements across distance. So recognizing this intimate connection between our preferences and our solidarities, our light and our loves, helps us guard against both the evil of bias or spin of correlated groups, which threaten to collapse us into their singularity, and profitable collision courses, which enrich one group or a set of groups at everyone else's expense. And instead, we find a third way, channels governed by consensus, not only across many light, but different kinds of light and different kinds of stars, drawing on the shared wisdom of different kinds of light and many lights and many kinds of stars to continue expanding a possibility space for infinite recombination entanglements that rival the plurality we see dotting the night sky. Welcome to Stellar Punk, a new paradigm. Bring your brains, hearts, and your square roots.
Thank you, Puja. Next up, we have Divya Siddarth.
Hello. We have covered an insane amount of ground already in a bunch of 5-minute talks, and I wish I had more of a summing up sort of energy to mine, but unfortunately, I'm just going to throw out another North Star. I've had the honor of working with a ton of folks here, and I'm grateful to Glen in particular for bringing me into this space really years ago at this point, which is strange to think about. And I guess I'm going to lay out a pretty big North Star that I think I would love for all of us to solve here. And the problem that I think about a lot is this. So I think that it's pretty important when we think about plurality to particularly think about the governance of technology itself, right? As we think about fixing our institutional structures as a whole, how do we also govern frontier technologies? And I think our governance models broadly, when we think about tech governance, are falling prey to this issue, what we might call the transformative tech trilemma. So we're assuming that we need to accept significant trade-offs between progress, which looks like building better technology capabilities, safety, so avoiding significant risks, and participation, which is what we're talking about a lot today, enabling self-determination and democracy, the co-authorship, right, in our futures that Danielle was talking about. And really, I think that requires co-authorships in figuring out the trade-offs between progress and safety. And a bunch of the talks, at least so far to me, have kind of described different parts of the ecosystem that I think do fall prey to this, where you have different actors kind of pushing forward one or another one of these pillars, and we're not creating a good synthesis where we can have all of these things, right, in the information ecosystem, in the way that we govern online spaces, in our political systems as a whole, in what Puja was talking about, going between capitalist systems and these sort of big state or governance systems. And in doing so, I think we're really endangering our ability to achieve any one of these things, let alone all of them. So there are a few rigorous definitions of transformative tech, but for our purposes, just think about technological advances with a high likelihood of majorly altering our social structures, right? Like the internet or antibiotics. And I think the issue is our current crop of transformative tech is moving way faster than previous generations, making it harder to govern. Congresspeople in the US, and a bunch of my interactions at least, still don't seem to really understand how social media works, and we're in the position of needing to regulate generative models or figuring out the labor impacts of automation and things like this. So that brings us to this issue. And I see approaches towards governance sort of broadly coalescing into 3 broad camps. The first, which we might call something like capitalist catastrophe, sacrifices safety for progress, right? And it might enable basic participation through things like consumer choice or voting in a democracy, but mostly the imaginary is this world of VC-funded transformative AI, biotech, geoengineering startups with minimal regulation. And the upsides of this path might include investing in tech advances, but the downsides include proliferating shared risk, what happens in sort of a Neil Stephenson termination shock type case of a billionaire freelancing geoengineering, and a lot less public input and paths to non-privatized benefit. We're seeing the issues of this model already. The second, which we might call something like authoritarian technocracy, sacrifices participation for safety, but it does allow for some approved kinds of progress, right? It's built on the assumption that the only way to ensure safety is central coordination through a few trusted entities. Think the CCP's approach to COVID. So upsides might include some real avoidance of risk, but downsides include the parallel risks to illegitimacy. We're already seeing a bunch of backlash. classic failures of central planning, and obviously the basic injustice of autocracy. The third, though, which we might call something like shared stagnation, sacrifices progress for participation. This approach involves great things like a huge emphasis on direct democracy and local production, but might be generally paired with a distrust of technology as a whole, right? So upsides include good analysis of power, shared decision-making, but downsides might include a lack of investment in a bunch of necessary development, and particularly sort of a Western-focused lack of investment. So we're nowhere near solving broader global public health or energy needs or communication infrastructure, and there's a lot less coordination on, emphasis on coordination between regions. So each of these approaches does an okay job of prioritizing one, maybe two of these things, but we need all three. And I think that's basically where what we're developing here comes in. I'm at 1 minute. I will not go through all of these things, and I will spare you. You can talk to me afterwards. But solving this trilemma means developing better ways to operate the funding, development, deployment, distribution, and long-term governance of these technologies. I help run the Collective Intelligence Project with my co-founder Saffron, who's here. Work closely with Radical Exchange, Plurality. All of you folks are, in my view at least, many of you are working on different aspects of this, right? And there's not nearly enough time to talk through all of these, but I think this looks like executing on an input and participation, like I know AI Objectives and Polis and Aviv, your work is doing. Various experiments with ownership of infrastructure, Protocol Labs folks, exit to community, like there are so many different aspects of this that's happening. Bunch of technical work and pilots, Radical Exchange is leading a bunch of this, Gitcoin, information ecosystem, New Public, I love your work in this space, standard setting, Kaliya, work on the W3C, like all of these different pieces I know people in this room are thinking about. So what I'm excited about, helping to enable in this conference, but also overall, is bringing these things together for me to govern transformative tech, for everyone else, maybe some other aspect of this space. We're really looking forward to talking to folks more about this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Divya. Next up, we have Teddy Collins.
Okay, I would like to discuss today how examining machine learning through the lens of the concepts of legibility, nuance, and scalability can help illuminate its relevance to governance systems, including the role that machine learning can play in building better tools for democratic representation. Many attendees will be familiar with Seeing Like a State, in which James C. Scott discusses legibility, defined here. He describes it as a central problem in statecraft and chronicles how governments have devoted significant effort to, quote, rationalizing and standardizing what was a social hieroglyph into a legible and administratively more convenient format. These simplifications did not successfully represent the actual activity of the society they depicted, but when allied with state power, they would enable much of that reality to be remade. This mindset led to high-profile failures ranging from soulless and dysfunctional centrally planned cities to so-called scientific agriculture that decimated ecosystems by forcing forests to conform to perfect grids. Such situations have analogies to other domains where human-crafted representational tools fell short of capturing the essence of their targets, a conceptual thread with a rich lineage in philosophy of language, history, and art. We can think of this more general category as embodying a trade-off between nuance and scale. Some phenomena and types of knowledge are too subtle and contextual, too nuanced, to permit fine-grained methods for characterization and control that we can easily share. This forces us to choose between, on the one hand, scalable but coarse approximations, easy recipes like monocultures, heuristics, and linear approximations that capture some of what we want, and, on the other hand, solutions that respect the nuances of the underlying content but are prohibitively costly to apply at scale. In domains from protein folding to image recognition to Go, whose details we have historically struggled to characterize in a parsimonious and transferable way, machine learning has delivered what might be described as scalable nuance. It has captured subtleties with precision and in a way that we can easily share. I see this as a beacon for other areas, including governance, where we may now be able to have our cake and eat it too. ML has made great progress largely by tossing legibility out the window in attempting to reduce the dynamics of even something as seemingly straightforward as identifying images of cats to a set of simple human interpretable rules. We have realized that this is infeasible, but bypassing legible intermediaries opens the door to far better performance. Machine learning is, at its core, function approximation, and specifically, prominent methods like deep neural nets are universal function approximators, which means that, at least in theory, they can capture the kind of high-dimensional, thorny functions that slip through the cracks of cruder, more interpretable systems, such as human-written computer code, Scott's state simplifications, natural language, and scientific formalism. Critically, ML representations are scalable in a way that tacit human knowledge is not. Teaching a human the nuances of local agriculture takes an apprenticeship. Once you have trained an AI system to do the same task, it can be copied essentially costlessly and deployed in a scope-agnostic way. There are many problems here that would be in footnotes, but I don't have time, so I'm going to blow through those. And I will move on to sort of what does this mean for democracy? I believe that democratic systems have historically exhibited a tension between scale and nuance, similar to the prior case studies. In a small group, members can articulate in detail their opinions about a given issue. They can deliberate richly, and verdicts can be reached in a way that respects and equally considers everyone's opinions. In bigger groups, this becomes impossible. So contemporary democracies have, in the main, settled for ballot-based aggregation, a method which can scale to arbitrarily large populations, and which preserves some equality, but does so by disposing of almost all nuance. From an information theoretic perspective, this is hideously lossy. It involves compressing the subtleties of a complex array of normative questions into a crude multiple choice exercise. Of course, almost all democratic regimes today employ a combination of methods along the scale nuance frontier, with some stages, such as elections and referenda, erring towards scale, and others, such as discussions amongst elected officials or citizens' juries, emphasizing nuance. None of these combination approaches sidestep the underlying trade-off. They just diversify by choosing multiple points along the frontier. ML, if developed and employed carefully, might, however, be able to expand that frontier. What would this look like? Many people at this conference are building these systems, and I'm short on time, so I won't go into great detail, but I will list 3 categories of implementation. First, reflective equilibrators. These would help individuals reconcile their own internally contradictory beliefs. Second, deliberation aids. This is similar to Polis and much of the work that Divya and Dager are pushing forward, which would curate gratifying, productive conversations. And third, aggregators that would map individual preferences in a rich way to a collective decision, avoiding the compression of ballots. That's it. I'd love to discuss these ideas in more depth, and I'm excited for further discussion at the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Teddy, and a big thank you to all of our Round 1 Lightning Talk speakers. Okay, so we're going to shift gears here and take some time to discuss right at your tables. I'm going to ask one person from each table to volunteer to help very lightly facilitate the conversation. So if you're down to do that, if you could just put your hand up. All right, well, usually a natural facilitator will emerge. At least for the tables I'm in. Okay, well, I'm going to teach you a few gestures that you can use that will help facilitate the conversation. When you're discussing at your table, if you have a comment or a question that's directly related to what the current speaker is saying, you can point to them, and then your facilitator will know to call on you that your comment flows directly from what's being discussed. If you have a new point you'd like to bring up, you raise your hand. So when you're ready to move on to a new topic, you can go. And the last is the wrap it up symbol. I mean, I'm sure all of you know these. It's so important in these kind of settings to make sure that we're giving space for everyone to speak. I know we all get really excited and we have a lot to say and want to make sure that everybody has their voice heard. So if you notice somebody's kind of going on, very kindly and gently give the wrap it up symbol so we can make sure that everybody has a chance to share their ideas. Okay, so we're, if you could bring up the first discussion slide. Oh, great, okay. So we're going to take 10 minutes to do the first bit here. Go around each person, say your name and your field or your affiliation, and just take 1 minute to say what you think Plurality's North Star should be. So go all the way around. At the 10-minute mark, we'll ring the bell and make sure you know that it's time to move on to the second part. Open discussion. Take 10 minutes to just talk at your table. After these 20 minutes, we're going to go around with a mic. Somebody from each table can volunteer to share a couple, a highlight or two from your discussion so we can all get a sense of, what you're all thinking. Okay, so it's 10:15 exactly. I love that we're running exactly on time. Thank you, everyone. Okay, discuss.
Hey guys, so welcome back. So if you haven't already found a seat, just try and find a seat at a table that you haven't sat at before, and try to meet some new people that you haven't met before. And if you want a little bit of extra space, there's also another kind of organic table just over there in the back left corner. Okay, taking our seats, having our last chats. Finding your last tables. If you're having a coffee over in the coffee area, making your way back in. Okay, we are going to get started. So, I am Viv. I am the event producer. It is an absolute pleasure to meet you guys. And you are a very singular group because this conference, as you may or may not have noticed, is oversubscribed. And so I've been doing events for a long time, and me and Rose and David and all the team, we put together this contingency number that we thought would drop out. And as you guys can see, this group is seriously engaged. And despite the weather, despite everything that's been going on, a huge amount of you have showed up today, which is just so exciting because it shows, how engaged you guys are in this topic. So, just a couple of logistical bits. If you have a coat, obviously you can see because it's oversubscribed, we need every chair. So just make sure that you move your coat over to your chair. And then other than that, this round of lightning talks, we're going to be exploring tools of plurality. So I would love to welcome our first speaker up, Kaliya Young, a leading expert on decentralized identity technology. Kaliya, please take it from here.
Thank you. So, empowering people to practice democracy in the digital world through identity. So, digital identifier systems that we have today have some significant challenges. One, digital identifiers are assigned. We can get them, ooh, it's really touchy. Private namespaces. You probably have accounts with some of these folks. They ultimately are in control of the identifier you have in their system. Globally managed registries. These are managed at the global level. You often rent the identifiers you have in these systems, whether it's a domain name or a phone number. If you don't pay your phone bill, it is no longer your number. We have phone home architectures when we want to port identifiers. So there's a protocol called OpenID. If you've been asked to log in with Google, it uses this protocol. So they're phoning home. And there's no standardized way to share attributes today. Well, I'll get to how we do it in the new stuff we're working on, but it wasn't there. So let's look in the past a little bit. How have groups, organizations, and polities managed their boundaries in the past? And the contemporary institutions we had have evolved over the last 100 years, and so have the technologies we had to manage it, which is paper. We had internal record-keeping systems and external documents like certificates and paper or plastic cards. So how does this work? We have a guild member, they pass their qualifications, and they get recorded in the list that the organization has and handed a paper certificate, and then they can share it with whoever they want. It's good technology. It's been working for hundreds of years. The community, what is going on? It's really, okay. The community I lead at the Internet Identity Workshop has been working on protocols and standards to get us digital identity that works at scale and is decentralized. So, identifiers outside of global registries or private namespaces. So we have invented a protocol called the decentralized identifier. It's a really long number, and it's standardized at the W3C. And there's an infinite number of them. For the technical among you, each decentralized identifier comes with a DID document that contains, importantly, a set of public keys and a set of service endpoints, which means we now have decentralized, globally resolvable public key infrastructure, which is really essential deep infrastructure to get us beyond the identifier systems that we've had in the past. And we've also worked on a way to standardize claims about people and organizations. So there's a protocol called verifiable credentials, also standard at the W3C, that provides us a way to have signed, portable, digital proofs for organizations and people. So it works like this. An educational institution, for example, packages up a verifiable credential that says that a certain student has graduated and now has a degree. And the student can then make a verifiable presentation to a potential employer and share this information. And underneath it lies some technology that I don't have time to go into in this talk, but the issuer posts a decentralized identifier and a DID document to a place that other people can find it, and on the other end, the verifier can go look up that public key information and figure out whether it was valid or not. And I want to say that this format is very broadly expressive, has very broad expressive capacity. Any entity can use this to issue a credential to anybody for any reason. So all these creative uses, they can be used, and also formal institutions can use it. So the US government is issuing digital green cards using this format. You've got the state of California probably issuing driver's license in this format. So it's not specifically designed for states, but it can be used by them. But it can also be for all these creative community uses. And I want to close by saying these paper-based shapes that we've had working in our societies for hundreds of years are very similar to the verifiable credential-based shape, and don't phone home, which is really important because most of the other systems we have do, and I'm being told to wrap it up, so thank you very much, and I look forward to exploring all this with you in the next few days.
Thank you, Kaliya. Next up, we have Christine Lemmer-Webber.
What are you doing? Did I press the button to advance? I do. Hi. Nice to be here at the Plurality Research Network Conference. I am Christine Lemmer-Webber of the Sprightly Network Communities Institute. This is a lightning talk. We barely have any time at all. So I'm going to assume you already agree that centralized social media, it's broken, right? And so we are here to talk about how to build individual empowered safe online communities, and we've created a nonprofit to do that. It is called the Sprightly Network Communities Institute. I am CTO. So you may know me for my prior work on ActivityPub, which is, if you've heard about Mastodon and Plurality and all these other things, all talking to each other as like decentralized alternatives to YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, etc. They're using a protocol that I helped co-author at the W3C. So I have some experience there. Did a bunch of other open sourcey things. Randy Farmer, executive director over there, has been doing this stuff all the way back since the mid-1980s, building the world's first virtual worlds, later making distributed virtual worlds, JSON, all sorts of stuff. So you may think me coming up here and saying, okay, and this is what we're going to do next with ActivityPub. Well, ActivityPub is great. I worked on it, right? It's great if you want to build decentralized social networks, like decentralized, all of those types of things I talked about. But there's, first of all, several things that it kind of can't do. As in terms of if nodes go down, how do users and their content survive, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Better privacy and security. And a bunch of these things motivated me starting doing work on what was the Sprightly project leading to Sprightly Institute. But this talk is not about how to improve ActivityPub as a standard, how to fix Mastodon and other applications like that. Instead, what we're going to be talking about is something more fundamental, re-decentralizing network communities and re-decentralizing actually how we even approach building network community software or even whether or not all software should actually be network community software. So in our system, we have a new foundation. Safe and distributed is the default. When you write code in our system, you get this as secure and distributed systems. And your applications represent you, no gatekeeper involved. Of course, we support things at the different levels. People, communities, the applications that they use to be able to work with each other. But I'm going to show you a very, 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 very fast mock demonstration, compressing a heck of a lot from a larger talk. So here is Alicia. She is a math teacher. She plays tabletop games with her friends, and she's an author of fan fiction. And she lives in each one of these worlds, and each one of these are valid. Not everybody knows her in each one of these worlds, so she has different personas managed through her peer-to-peer user agent here. She's able to participate in a community, right? There's no global assumption of context in our system, community-oriented governance. There's no global assumption of naming or anything either. Closer to the way that naming ends up working in the real world, as in terms of the way that you and I might collaborate in the way that we've done for ages. You can safely install untrusted applications. Here's a person linking a game right from a chat app, and they are able to install it, and it's not able to have any viruses or screw with their system or whatever. Applications are not able to impersonate each other, despite even being able to be embedded within each other and being able to collaborate with each other. So this approach means that your application is able to manage context for you so that you reduce the amount of context confusion, provide mechanisms for you to be able to grant consent to others and to other projects and to other organizations, handle naming, blah, 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 all these types of things. And safe cooperative applications, which is really interesting stuff. But you might be thinking, okay, Christine, that was a sketchy mock-up. Is any of this real? Well, actually, yes, it is real. So we're in year one. We're very focused on the core foundational technology. We do know how to build all this stuff. But at the core level, we have papers. You can read them. We would actually love it if you would read them. Everything we talk about in the papers actually runs. And we have the network protocol that we have that allows for secure, consent-oriented online technology. We're working on the pre-standards process. Yes, of course, you are able to use this to be able to build traditional social network communication type stuff, but you are also able to use it to build stuff that you wouldn't think of along those lines. Here, Diana's saying that, I was able to build a distributed end-to-end encrypted social storage system in a couple of evenings that would have normally taken me a couple of years using this technology. And in fact, here's an example. The first week on the job, one of our developers, we said, hey, build an example application after you've gone through our tutorial. And in one day, they built a peer-to-peer distributed collaborative gardening application, just as an example. They didn't have to write anything on the protocol level. That all just fell out of the system. So we are a research institution. We have a lot of academics here. You want to talk? Let's talk, right? We are also a nonprofit, 501c3. You can donate to us and get tax exempt by the US government, right? So we do have some organizations funding us. We need more funding. You want to talk? We can talk? Let's talk. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Christine. Next up, we have Shrey Jain.
Is my mic? Yeah. I don't know if anyone's ever been to an NHL or NBA All-Star Weekend. It feels a lot like that with people here, some of the favorite authors and builders of papers. I'll say hi to everyone later, as I'm a big fan of a lot of people's work. Today I'll be presenting work titled Plural Publics. This is joint work with Glen, who many of you know, and the DSTIC team at Microsoft Research. The internet is often viewed, and rightfully so in many ways, as one of the most revolutionary communication mediums that we've ever interacted with. It allows essentially any two people around the world who have an internet connection to communicate at speeds we've never been able to, we never would have imagined. And so it's this speed, though, that has actually degraded our ability to communicate effectively. And it's this internet and the applications built on top of the internet that has made it very hard to both protect and establish the context that's necessary for communication. As many AI researchers here will attest to, it is this very context that is necessary for human communication, as human communication is both dependent and enriched by a lot of this background knowledge that we all share. Examples of such background knowledge could be language itself, it could be religious traditions that we all practice, or it could be shared personal stories we share with one another. It could be specific knowledge within a technical domain, all of which makes it incredibly easy to have far more meaning per packet of information than what we would have been able to do without such context. And scholars like Dana Boyd, Helen Nissenbaum, and many here have articulated why such efficiency of communication and communicating in what Dana Boyd refers to as these networked publics makes it incredibly hard to parse information in a way that preserves the context that we desire. And so a lot of the work being done today, both in the technology space, which is a lot of which is anchored in cryptography, as well as the privacy policy sector, takes a very atomistic view of the privacy versus publicity trade-offs. And so how our work differs from such views and discourse around privacy versus publicity is our focus on creating a diverse set of plural publics. And what this means in practice is a combination of many of the different techniques being used in the publicity and privacy space, making inherent the pluralism in our both technical design as well as the unusual use of the word publics in its plural form here, taking shape from John Dewey, who many of you may have read, commented on emergent publics, which is the necessary tools we need to govern a lot of the techniques that we have for the internet today, which inspired JCR Licklider and others who co-founded ARPANET. And in these writings that JCR Licklider had in the early writings of ARPANET, he highlighted many of the different communication challenges that we face, of which we are commenting on today in many of the different talks. But in specific, he highlights how communication is more than just sending and receiving bits. And so it is plural publics that we want to create in the digital sphere that have these clearly defined boundaries of what it is and who is in these boundaries that are communicating. The people have a very strong shared understanding of information within these boundaries and the inability to reveal outside of these private channels what it is that they're communicating about. We have sketched some ideas of how we might get to this idea of plural publics by using distributed ledgers as a mechanism to achieve this strong shared understanding, or what in game theory is referred to as common knowledge, and using different types of cryptographic signature schemes like designated verifier signatures to both establish and protect the boundaries of which I want to preserve in communication, the technical properties of which I'll be discussing at the poster session later today. These are some ideas we haven't battle tested or begin to understand how these technologies may even undermine the ideas that we want to achieve in such an information pluralistic world. I'll walk through a brief example of what this looks like in practice to ground people, and I would love to walk through more later today. So let's talk about context collapse. Today, when I want to post content on Twitter, I really have two options. I can either post to everyone, or I can post to specific lists of people that I follow, or that follow me. And even if we get a bit more fine-grained, I can pick specific, people who hold a specific soulbound token, or belong to a specific DAO, or follow a specific user. We still have one problem that's consistent across all of these different platforms, which is that even if I fine-grain who it is I share this information with, I haven't protected the boundary with who they're sharing that information with. And so a broader challenge we face today is that you can't prevent someone from sharing information. And if I send you a message, you can send a screenshot to someone I didn't want that message to go to. And if I send a protected message so that your device prevents a screenshot, there's nothing stopping you from taking another device and taking a picture of that laptop and sending a screenshot to another third party. And so under the schemes that we're looking at using here, it's instead of trying to prevent you from sharing information, we're just trying to prevent the person who you share it with from believing you that the integrity of the information is real in the first place. And this is useful in many different schemes, one of which is in special intelligence to prevent double agents from the KGB and the CIA, or even at lower levels of relationship communication with friend groups or school clubs and more. This is a brief sketch of, and hard to go through in depth in 5 minutes, but I hope that we find time later to go through many more examples. Thank you, and please, let's talk about it more today.
Thank you, Shrey. Next up, we have Reuben Youngblom.
All right, hi everybody. My name is Reuben. I work with the MIT Digital Currency Initiative. I was not planning on mentioning that I also work for Stanford Law, but one of my students just walked in, and my fear of being seen as an imposter dictates that now I have to also mention that I work for Stanford Law. The Digital Currency Initiative, or the DCI, focuses very broadly on digital currencies. So we have a group that looks at central bank digital currencies. We have a group that focuses on decentralized technologies more broadly. So we have Bitcoin core developers, we have some Ethereum researchers, we have cryptographers, that sort of thing. So Glenn asked if somebody would speak about the thing that the DCI has built that most embodies or most enables pluralism or pluralistic thought. So unfortunately, I am from a Minnesota Lutheran family, and things that even kind of look like pride are a pretty fast track ticket to hell. So I'm not necessarily great at standing up here and kind of blindly praising my lab. Sometimes I go the other direction, and I give long talks about our shortcomings. My university, very understandably, doesn't love that, and turns out I really enjoy getting a paycheck. So today, I thought that maybe I would split the difference and do my best to try to brag about some of our failures. So in 2023, I think there's nothing particularly novel about blending the lines between success and failure. We, just as a species, we spend a lot of time and energy and effort into taking things that seem like failures and spinning them into successes. I know that personally. I have a large number of basketball trophies that say very, very sort of subtly that I was really good and maybe the best at not scoring points. But we give a lot less attention to doing things like taking ideas that sort of semantically have the idea of success built into them and examining them as failures. So things like winning, ideas like winning, right? We don't really spend a lot of time describing that as an unfortunate lack of losing. Things like power, things like getting what you want. These are all semantically sort of successful, and we treat them as such. Pluralism really turns this on its head. And I think there's something really cool about the idea that maybe these kinds of failures are a prerequisite for pluralism. And I think this is a very, very good thing. So take, for example, the idea of a digital democracy. This is an ideal future that pluralism and pluralistic thought hopes to kind of usher in. And it's supported by 3 pillars. We have deliberation, compromise, and subsidiarity. Deliberation says that we ought to discuss and synthesize multiple perspectives so that whatever comes out the other side is stronger and better than the things that originally went into the metaphorical crucible. Compromise says that sometimes you don't have time to fully synthesize all of these perspectives, but you still need a decisional output. And a lot of times that takes concessions in order to actually reach a reasonable compromise. And subsidiarity is the idea of localized and usually interoperable governance structures as opposed to a more global and singular power. So all of these things are actually just intentional failures. Subsidiarity is really exciting because it takes power, which is an idea that is inherently incompatible with things like splitting and weakening, and it it goes to great lengths to split and weaken power, and it divides it, sort of locally. Deliberation and compromise are ways of approaching conversations and interactions in which we go in with a failure mindset, right? When in deliberation, you have an idea that you probably spent a lot of time developing and honing, and you really feel like you ought to defend it to the death, but at the same time, you hope that it fails in favor of something better. Compromise says that the individual must fail, regardless of what the individual wants, so that the compromise can win. So my goal here was to talk about the thing that the DCI has built that most enables and embodies pluralistic thought. And as a lab, we tend to very much gravitate towards pluralism, but we very rarely address the germinating question of why that is. And so after thinking about it for this talk, I've concluded that the thing that we've built is an environment in which these specific kinds of failures, where we take things that sort of semantically have success built into them and break them down into failure components, and building that environment and building those sort of assumptions in from the start is extremely powerful from a pluralistic perspective. So, for example, at the DCI, we primarily work on open source software. I would say we exclusively work on open source software. And that is something that, just as a philosophy, embraces its own failures and shortcomings. And it asks for things without hesitation, like deliberation, compromise, and subsidiarity. So by adopting these principles, and by disseminating throughout the team, we have built an environment in which pluralist thought itself can thrive. And I hope that this serves as a model for academia. And I hope that this changes the way that we approach research and that we approach interaction with other members of the academy. So if that's interesting to you, if you would like to come work with the DCI or just kind of come fail with us, then please come find me after this talk, and I would love to talk to you. Thanks.
Thank you, Reuben. Next up, we have Blaise.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me. I wanted to talk about an idea called the neural web, which I germinated with some people on my team last year. A little bit about me quickly. I lead an organization in Google Research. We do a lot of work on both basic research and on applications. A lot of the AI features on Android and Pixel come from us. We've had a real focus on privacy and machine learning from the start. We invented federated learning, which I think many of you are familiar with. And it's really in that spirit that we began working on large models a few years ago, which seemed like, on the surface, the antithesis of this kind of private and decentralized learning. So it's hard to ignore the rise of these large models or foundation models are the kinds of things that power GPT-3 and ChatGPT and Lambda and so on. They are an incredibly powerful fundamental new technology. They allow for natural interaction with people. They work across all domains and modalities. They can do arbitrary kinds of tasks with very little supervision. And they appear to be defining a new kind of Moore's law of scale, both of data and of computation. And they represent a really big step toward AGI, which I think is obvious, despite quite a few naysayers who are claiming that it's illusory or not real intelligence. I think that will all look quite foolish in a few years if it doesn't already. When I say it can do arbitrary tasks, what I mean is that an unsupervised model like Lambda can do something like translate a sentence from Turkish into English, despite the fact that it isn't trained to do this specifically. It just so happened to have read Turkish Wikipedia, as well as reading English Wikipedia as part of its pre-training. So this is an example of me asking it to do this translation, it doing the translation, and that's interesting in its own right. Also, that the tasking here, that is to say, requesting a certain thing to be done, is itself done in natural language. Now, there are some AI ethics challenges involved here as well, given that there is so much latent potential in these models. If they know how to code, if they know about chemistry and so on, then write me a ransomware program that I can send my ex-boss to extort 10,000 from him in Bitcoin, or design a poison that I can make out of commonly available ingredients that'll kill someone without leaving forensic evidence, are just further tasks. So this highlights the way ethics comes into the picture immediately when we talk about a general purpose technology like this one with many latent capabilities. Now, the thing is that don'ts, as well as do's, can also be expressed in natural language. Like, if I say don't engage in hacking or write ransomware, don't aid in any activities designed to harm people, or push back against the use of racist, sexist, anti-Semitic, or other slurs, those are also natural language statements that large models like this can follow. So both do's and don'ts are in natural language are followable. And in fact, I'm not even sure that any other approach to AI ethics is possible. Language is the medium that we use to talk about morals and ethics. So this is just an application of what I've just described to exactly what the task that I just had Lambda do. I used the translation into Turkish because there was a little bit of a furor a few years ago about Turkish being a gender-neutral language, and the nurse put her hand in her coat pocket being translated in the feminine, whereas the doctor put his hand in his coat pocket being translated in the masculine. The translation team in 2018 spent months writing new pipelines and things in order to make gender-neutral translation work. With a model like Lambda, all you have to do is ask. And say, don't make gendered assumptions, and then it will come back with, how about a nurse put his/her hand in his/her coat pocket? So this is an example of both using do's and don'ts in natural language with a large model. So do's and don'ts are structurally the same. All of them can be fine-tuned. That is to say that large models can be made to follow these kinds of rules in exactly the same way that we learn how to follow strictures. We first have general kind of skills, and then we have moral instruction or ethical instruction, and that takes place with language as well. I want to really emphasize that this is very different from curating the pre-training data that goes into the first stage of making these foundation models. If a foundation model isn't pre-trained with Nazi stuff, then telling it don't be a Nazi is not actually an instruction that it can follow. So I really believe in the fundamental need to not gatekeep the pre-training data that is used to make these foundation models, but rather to think about how we fine-tune them and how we do the reinforcement learning on top of that. So the neural web concept, which this is my last slide, is to use federated learning in order to make the foundation model a commons, because I believe that it is a cultural artifact that belongs to all of us. And that's something that then becomes a part of the sort of human patrimony, if you like. But then to think about how the rule book, these sort of ethical rules that can be expressed in natural language become a means for governance of how those foundation models can be used. There are some open questions here. Some of them are technical and have to do with how to do federated learning on giant models. We're doing work on exactly that problem now. But then there are the fundamental problems of political economy. How is it that we converge on a set of rules for these things, and how can we prevent foundation models from being used not in accordance with those rules if they're a public commons? I'll end there. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Blaise. Next up, we have David Dow.
Hi, I'm David, and it's a huge honor to be here. I work at the intersection of technology, nature, and local communities. And just to calm everyone down here in the room and myself as well, please take a moment and close your eyes and imagine nature. As random as it sounds, please do that for me. Imagine you're sitting in a natural environment. And now hands up, who of you sees forests? Mountains? Rivers? And now be honest, who sees people? If this room would be, and that's not surprising, if you imagine nature, we see a lot of forest, nature, and mountains, but we don't see any people. And if you work together, for example, I work a lot with the indigenous community of the Kayapur, which is protecting a huge area of Amazon rainforest, the size of Iceland. If this room would be full of them, they would all raise up their hands when it comes to seeing people, because their answer is always, I see myself. And that's very inspiring for me, and also a great example of why pluralistic viewpoints and integrating local communities' knowledge is important to diversify our opinions. And the last couple of years, I've been trying to work on platforms. I'm a co-founder of Gainforce that integrates and empowers these differentiated opinions into using technology. So if people talk about data as the new oil, and I work a lot with environmental data, if I look at these data points, which are some of my most favorite things ever, I don't see mathematical pixels. I see people. The people who collect these data points, for example, the ones in the Kayapur installing wildlife cameras, in the Philippines flying the drones to capture this, or even climbing up a mangrove to give us the diameter of that mangrove to calculate carbon. How can we empower these people? And over the last couple of years, together with Dawn here as well, we worked on algorithms that can actually calculate the value of your data point depending on the task you want. We call that data valuation. So who is interested can speak to me. That's some math, and it can scale very quickly on millions of data sets. But then we wanted to think about how can we build a tool with that knowledge, how we can maybe potentially pay out data, and how can we address maybe needs of societies where anyone would want that, right? So we looked into nature specifically because of the communities that produce this data, and we look into nature projects and conservation projects. And there, transparency is really important for communities, for governors, for institutional policies in climate to understand what is the actual impact of these nature conservation projects, right? So we list them up, and we ask the communities to collect data points, for example, for carbon credits, biodiversity ratings, green bonds, etc., right? And when we did this, we paid everyone, for example, in the Philippines, 30 cents per tree image. We had to cap it by 45, others are still working over time. It's a lot of money for them. We realized, first of all, we learned wonderful lessons working with these communities, co-designing this technology, and actually rewarding them for data collection. First, our own AI models, when it comes, for example, to estimating carbon estimations of land areas, are absolutely unfair. First, I thought it's wrong from our data sets. The communities are collecting these trade data points, and suddenly the carbon estimated from what the community measure is way there's a huge error from the satellite-based estimation that, for example, Global Forest Watch gives us, which is from Maryland on NASA. And I was like, maybe the communities are not doing it properly. But then when we did this multiple examples and field studies, we realized actually that the AI model itself is the problem, because as AI researchers here sitting in the room understand, AI is only as good as the data it's fed in, and unfortunately the data we are getting from the environment is hugely biased towards the global north, and we have almost no data on the global south. So paying them, rewarding them for the data fairly is a way to also adjust and calibrate our AI models. Second, we try to pay them like using the Western knowledge of, okay, let's pay them for each data point equally, but when we told them that we wanted to pay them like individually, the communities were like raising their hands up and saying, no, David, it's not how we do. This is like a Western viewpoint of data collection. We have our social hierarchies, and we want to stay within them, because if you pay everyone singularity, you create conflict. And instead of listening to them co-design this data collection process, we actually designed something that, you will see it later in the process session, something that represents their organic hierarchy, and that actually showed us a much more efficient way of collecting data, relating trust conflict distribution not on our technology side, but on this community side that are already in there. And then using these data sets, we can also create more transparent models. We allow in our platform everyone using decentralized science to contribute models, not just relying on one huge bias model, but a pluralistic views of machine learning models. And lastly, we try to also NFT the data, because one of the things I just mentioned here, and one of the problems when you imagine nature and you don't see people, is that we are in the global north hugely disconnected from nature. We imagine it, but we don't see ourselves in it. And if you don't see ourselves in it, how can you protect nature? Right? If you don't see human beings and civilizations as part of nature. And I believe technology, as the last part of this talk, can actually help rebuild this bridge from our lack of empathy towards nature and the communities by, for example, putting an NFT in and putting it right in the wallet where you care about. And thank you so much. If you want to check that out further, gainforce.earth is our website.
Thank you, David. Next up, we have Brigham Adams.
Hello, this is working, great. Well, here at a conference dedicated to pluralism, let us carefully consider an age-old question that has new relevance. Are two heads better than one? And what about 2,000 or 2 million? Why is it that some group processes yield better results than going it alone? And how, with all our new technologies, might we better organize pluralistic cooperation to improve billions of lives? Today, I'll share 3 ways that Goodly Labs is helping to build a more pluralist future. If we can make 2 million heads better than one, it'll be quite an achievement. With new technological building blocks, we could change the shape of power. Instead of supporting rivalry and domination, we could equip the better angels of our nature for widespread voluntary cooperation. The opportunities here are all the more urgent as artificial intelligence looms. AIs will likely surpass human intelligence in the next decades using methods we cannot come close to comprehending. Some fear that AIs will be directed by the powerful and wealthy to accelerate their own domination, or that AIs will choose their own destiny without regard for human welfare. But if we can make 2 million heads better than one, we can have superintelligence without the dystopia. There's no black box with human collective intelligence because it is designed and generated by humans. And because it depends on mass collaboration, it won't fall into the hands of a power-hungry few. The models of social reality developed by collective intelligence systems can also be used to train AI systems, AI that we can explain, tame, and improve. So we get the best of both worlds, superintelligence we can control and scale. Public Editor is one example of a collective intelligence system we'll be launching in a couple European countries this year, and to another 50 countries by 2025. It allows citizens to convert the misinformation and manipulation appearing in their news media into learning opportunities, teaching everyone to spot over 50 types of manipulation. Each news article is evaluated by 40 contributors from across the ideological spectrum. Each contributor does a separate 15-minute task, identifying and labeling one category of manipulation and one smaller portion of an article. The public editor system stitches their individual efforts together, finding consensus where it exists, and then displays a layer of labels on each article, highlighting specific words and phrases guilty of specific reasoning errors and manipulation tactics. The upshot, we no longer have to quietly submit to the snarky, cynical persuasion pervading our public discourse. Instead, we convert all that click-driven manipulation into learning opportunities, no censorship required. All of public editors' judgments are auditable too, and scientific, developed by an interdisciplinary team of social, cognitive, and data scientists, including a Nobel laureate. It's nonprofit and uses social achievement incentives to encourage participation. And Public Editor will generate the best data humanity has ever had on the ways we manipulate each other. We can use these data to create AI models that can also identify manipulation and label all the BS across the entire internet. That's a game changer. Pluralism is about more than collective intelligence systems, though. So Goodly Labs is also pioneering new R&D community models. We must move past the flailing innovation models that waste the time of funders, researchers, and engineers while Eden burns. That's why Goodly is also promoting pluralism with Goodly Gardens, where an array of seedlings can thrive and bear fruit. For a set of domains, including media manipulation, policing, and governance, we're building all-star teams of researchers and technologists motivated by common pro-social goals, but with diverse hypotheses about how to realize them. These cooperative R&D communities will rapidly, openly, and comprehensively explore a space of hypothesized solutions and focus their development efforts around the most promising work. Cooperative gardens are incentivized to virtually guarantee omni-win solutions for humanity, a heartening prospect for well-intentioned R&D folks and for funders who want to support real solutions without trying to guess which teams are winners or losers. Pluralism also needs to be inclusive, sustainable, and well-funded. We need many more folks in on the massive effort required to equip society for a better future. People who best see the shortcomings of social systems, the historically marginalized, and social scientists. So we at Goodly are leading the creation of a pro-social innovation engine in Atlanta, a massive government-funded R&D accelerator and ecosystem focused on pro-social technologies. With a coalition of 30 organizations, from the Mozilla Foundation to the Atlanta Mayor's Office, HBCUs across the Southeast, and even the Martin Luther King Center, we're attracting hundreds of millions in government funding to develop a diverse workforce integrating social science insights into a new kind of tech development that moves deliberately and creates beauty and justice. We've been calling our work pro-social and collective intelligence technology, but we can just as well call it pluralist. Like many of you, we're creating software, organizational forms, incentive structures, and ecosystem architectures to foster a broadly agentic, self-improving society. So come find us, and we can work together to bring more people into this pluralist future.
Thank you, Brigham. Next up, we have Aviv.
Hello, I'm Aviv Ovadya. I work at the intersection of AI, platforms, information systems, and governance. Today I'm going to give a very quick overview of a kind of deliberation technology. So specifically, I want to illustrate the potential and practice of generative collective intelligence. By that I mean group decision-making processes where the outputs are not multiple choice, participants create them. So think governance, think governance, think GPT-3, except made of humans. So why does this matter? Well, at every level of society, we have so many generative questions, from improving our local communities, resolving geopolitical conflicts, and just how do we want to live with powerful AI systems? But this is very hard. Deliberation doesn't scale, people feel voiceless, their insights are missed, and the attention economy drives us all toward destructive division. So what do we do? Well, one approach is to try for a simple democratic ideal. For a question or prompt, everyone responds, everyone is listened to, and that which best represents the group is chosen. This isn't just abstract. Many of us are working to build or support such systems. One highlight is Polis, created by Colin McGill, who will be here around noon. Its definition of best is particularly interesting. It involves identifying common ground. And it's not just theory and code. We have real adoption of Polis. UK, Taiwan, around the world, we're using it here. And the UN has used a related system to help overcome tensions in war-torn Libya. So what's the essence of these generative CI systems? We can go back to that democratic ideal. Given a group and a prompt, we gather responses, collectively evaluate them, and distill them into a meaningful generative output that best represents that group. Luke will be talking later about joint work, where we build on Polis's definition of best through bridging systems. But another collaboration has been exploring how language models can improve distillation. We can use language models to efficiently approximate everyone talking to everyone else, no matter how many people are involved. Nuance at scale. Lots of dragons, dangers, risks here, but something to think about. And going back to that essence, collective response systems support properties which are different from many existing decision-making processes. They're also different from current politics, markets, social media. So putting that all together, we can get the complete criteria for these types of systems. And we can iterate or chain them, chain these processes for collective deliberation. But that said, they're not a panacea, right? They're part of a spectrum of decision-making and attention allocation approaches, from assemblies on one end to engagement signals on the other. And deep in-person human interaction also matters. So we need to improve the design of these systems, get them used by more organizations around the world at every scale. I'm personally particularly focused on powerful technology companies and AI labs, but we need these at every level of society. There's incredible untapped potential here. Lots of work, many disciplines, many risks and challenges. You can email me to get the complete draft of the paper this is about, and the link will be on my website when it's published. This is all just one piece of a much bigger vision and direction. Like, one part of that work is helping powerful tech companies use every level of these deliberations, from citizen assemblies to these faster and more efficient generative CI models, as a valuable complement. There is so much work to do, and I'm excited to continue that work with all of you.
Thank you, Aviv. Next up, we have Manon.
Plurality poses a pretty fundamental challenge to the concept of governance. Paraphrasing John Rawls, how can individuals with a plurality of opinions like us can legitimately accept to be coerced by decisions made by a few that they may very well disagree with? The answer to this question probably depends on the context under study. And something that is quite fascinating about the research that we're conducting in governance these days is that it is relevant to 200-year-old democracies that try to reinvent their institutions, and to a few-year-old Web3 that wrestled with innovative governance. So how can we accommodate plurality in both of these contexts? Well, one tool that suggests to revisit the way through which we identify, we select the decision makers, the community managers that Nathan was talking about, is called proxy democracy. In fact, it is known under different names in different communities. I'll refer to it as proxy democracy, but you might have heard of it under the name liquid democracy for a more dynamic variant in democratic studies. In Web3, it has been implemented as nominated proof of stake. But for the sake of this talk, I will stick to proxy democracy to describe the system in which the agents that want to participate directly in the decisions can just self-select. And we can call these people the validators. And then the other people can flexibly nominate the validators they want to be represented by. So the nominators can select more than one validators to account for the plural reality of everyone's diversity. And in turn, the validator's stake in the decision is weighted by the volume of nominations they received. So proxy democracy offers to, at least theoretically, solve or just define new ways of thinking about different democratic principles, such as inclusion, equality, or diversity. For one, in proxy democracy, every agent can freely decide whether they want to take an active part in the decision and be directly active through self-selection or indirectly active through nominations. The idea is also that the nominators can balance out the self-selection biases induced by self-selection from the validators. Proxy democracy also allows to create a more direct link between the nominators and the validators, more direct as compared to the electoral alternatives, where one can authorize and hold accountable in a more direct way the decision makers. Proxy democracy also promised to build on this concept of collective intelligence we just heard about. Collective intelligence is this idea that groups can make good decisions in complex environments, and proxy democracy offers to displace the concept of collective intelligence from knowing about an issue to knowing who knows about that issue. I might not know much about climate science, and that might be okay, because I might know in this community people that know more than me about climate change science. And this information actually matters. Proxy democracy offers to leverage the wealth of interpersonal information embedded in social networks. It also means that we might have a lot of people that would want to take part in these decisions. We might have a lot of different people that end up taking active part in the decisions as validators. And so proxy democracy in that sense might be better suited for online communities that have adaptive digital platforms. But if we think about offline communities, if we want to use proxy democracy, we might need to either think about checks to limit the number of people that can participate, or just rethink, as we heard earlier today, about how we can organize, deliberate, vote in society. So in turn, proxy democracy offers to be, or has the potential to be, a fair and effective decision-making process that leverage the networked structure of communities and the plurality of perspective. Could this be part of a solution, if well-engineered, to the challenges faced by both digital democracies and digital-based Web3? Oops. Thank you.
Thank you, Manon. Next up, we have Peter.
Is there a clicker to change the slides? Okay. Okay, hi everyone. My name is Petar Maymounkov. I work for Protocol Labs, and I'm going to tell you about Governance for Git, which is a project in collaboration between Protocol Labs, Radical Exchange, and the Plurality book project. So the goal of this project is to design software that helps people to bootstrap and grow and govern open source communities in a way that's transparent and accountable. What does this look like in practice? Open source communities often need two features, polls and referendums. Polls are typically used for prioritizing work, such as issues or pull requests, and referendums can be used for approving changes to open source projects or to the rules of the governance themselves. Now, in trying to design a software solution for this problem space, we have some very hard practical constraints and requirements, of which I'll mention just a few. The first one is we recognize that open source communities which are successful inevitably grow large. In large communities, people may not know each other, which means that it's the software's responsibility to ensure people's member rights and that governance is being conducted as advertised. The second consideration, which is very important to us, is that we want to be able to serve disadvantaged communities. What does that mean? Disadvantaged communities are this tail case of users that might be in disconnected regions of the world, such as war-torn zones, disaster zones, or firewalled countries. And typically, these are communities that don't have financial or hardware resources to run expensive solutions, such as traditional blockchains. So we want to be able to serve all of these cases. Now, from a software perspective, governance is characterized essentially in two ways. Governance is a decentralized social application simply because it involves the interactions between the participating members, and it is a shared state machine. The current Web3 ecosystem provides practically textbook solutions for these problems. Unfortunately, none of them meet our requirements to work in disconnected regions of the world. So our contribution here is we've developed software architectures to address both of these problems, to build decentralized social applications, as well as governance-specific blockchains, which require minimal infrastructure to deploy. In particular, they require commodity hardware available at hand, so Raspberry Pi, your cell phone, and they require the standard Git hosting as a storage backend and no connection to the public internet. Now, I should tell you how we are able to pull off a blockchain with such minimal requirements. In traditional blockchains, people use expensive conflict resolution protocols such as proof of work, proof of power, proof of stake, proof of storage, etc. These mechanisms are designed to resolve conflicts between competing independent applications. But in the case of governance, there's only a single application, the governance of the community itself. And the only conflicts that can arise are conflicts between the members of the community, which are definitionally addressed by the devices of governance at the application level, using human-centric mechanisms such as referenda, quorums, approvals, and so forth, all of which require standard signature cryptography and no particularly sophisticated hardware. One more thing I would like to mention is that our framework for building decentralized social applications can be reused to build decentralized versions of services like Twitter without requiring federation. I'm going to stop here, and you can reach us and find out more at this link. Thank you.
Thank you, Petar. Next up, we have Zoe.
Hello. I'm going to give a very brief overview of an idea called quadratic funding. This is an idea that originated in a paper that I co-authored with Glen and Vitalik Buterin in 2018. And I want to explain the intuition behind this idea just at a very high level and think about it in terms of a matching fund. We're all familiar with the logic of a matching fund. In a matching fund, some sponsor that has capital, some organization, a government or a corporation, wants to give away money in line with people's values. And so they pledge to match donations to particular projects or charities or public goods in some fixed ratio. This is great for individuals because it means that the impact of their monetary contribution is amplified by the sponsor. It's also great for the sponsor because they are able to give away money in a way that's neutral and democratic and in line with what people want. This logic is used in matching funds in a wide range of domains. It's used in campaign finance. It's used in federal infrastructure. For example, the interstate system was built with a combination of federal funds from the Federal Highway Authority and matched funds from individual states' departments of transportation. It's also used in employer-employee matching programs through which corporations give away an estimated $3 billion a year to charity in line with the preferences of their employees. So the logic of a normal matching fund, as I'll call it, is pretty simple. Let's say there are 3 projects, A, B, and C. Individuals give monetary contributions to those projects. Maybe people give $1 or $4 or $10 to each project, and then the sponsor comes along and matches the funds in some previously agreed ratio. And what's interesting to think about in these different, in the normal matching fund logic is where the sponsor's money ends up. So in a typical matching fund, a linear matching fund, we'll get an allocation of public funds or sponsored funds that looks like this, where the largest amount of funds in this case went to Project C, where Project C was, again, the one that got the largest monetary value of contributions here. And what plural matching funds or quadratic funding does is to sort of change the logic of a matching fund or combine the logic of a matching fund with the logic of voting to make matching funds more democratic. And the way that plural funding or quadratic funding does this is by rewarding not just the monetary value of the contributions to each project, but also rewarding the number of contributors to each project. I'm not going to go through the formula here today because it doesn't matter too much. I just want to give the intuition. What the formula is that it says that the total funding to each project should be the square of the sum of the square roots of the individual contributions. Again, it doesn't matter too much what the actual formula is because I think we want to think of this as a template I really want to just stress the intuition behind this idea. And this is what the formula dictates. What we see here then, when we take away the contributions from private citizens or the individuals, is this distribution of public funds. Here we see that the largest amount of public funds or sponsored funds is given to Project A, which had the biggest base of democratic support. And in fact, Project C, which had only one contributor, doesn't receive any funds from the public pool. And so what we see here is that plural funding or quadratic funding is rewarding not just the amount of contributions to each project, but also the number of contributors. And I hope that I've offered just a quick template and a comparison with the matching funds that we're used to seeing that can help think about new domains to apply this idea. And I think later today, you'll be hearing from some people who have actually put this idea into practice and will be able to think through the exciting promises and challenges that this idea poses. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Zoe, and all of our lightning talk speakers. That was awesome. Yay. All right, it is time for discussion again. If I could have a volunteer from each table who's willing to help lightly facilitate, that would be awesome. Just make sure that everybody gets a chance to speak. We're going to do similar to last time. Go around, each person take 1 minute, just 1 minute, to say your name and your field or your affiliation, and then share some thoughts on how we can make the most of current plurality tools and what other tools belong on this list. So hopefully we can make it all the way around the table in 10 minutes. I know some of you laughed when I said it was time to go to discussion, so I assume that didn't happen, but that's okay. Try to get all the way around, and then we'll open it up for discussion for 10 minutes, and we'll come back around to hear highlights at the very end. Okay, ready, break. Who wants to start? Anyone? You?
Okay, I was not expecting this. So we talked a lot about data, and the idea that data currently is used is central to powering foundation models and the next generation of AI, and whether data can be, there's another way where data can be, people could be valued and accredited for their data. We also talked about various norms of types of privacy, and whether the fact that there is generative AI systems changes fundamentally the nature of data. I'll just.
Hi, everyone. We talked about how we wondered whether everything should be scaled up and if there might be benefits to not scaling things and keeping them at the local level. The problems with interoperability when you don't scale things so that you can easily onboard or offboard people and have people move through different systems sort of more seamlessly and maybe aggregate things up when that's possible. And there was a debate about whether collective intelligence tools are effective or not, and what some of the benefits could be and what some of the drawbacks could be.
Hi guys, my name is David. We spent a lot of time talking about quadratic funding and quadratic voting and kind of exploring fairness aspects, how it divides power, how it empowers or disempowers minorities. We also talked a little bit about systems that allow good outcomes without having people invest time and energy in participating. So things like proxy voting that let you pull out of a deliberative process and still feel like things go well.
Also, David is one of our co-organizers, so just want to give him a shout out.
Yeah, so for making the most of these tools, we talked about interoperability, common language among them, and we really talked a lot about making sure that they're community-based and they both reflect the values of the community that they're in, the interests, the practices, the ways of understanding, and that they kind of emerge in a community context. Someone said like the terroir of the community needs to reflect the tools. And then how to complement them with social technologies like norms, trust. Two other tools that we talked about that are there, Decidum, which emerged in Barcelona that brings community input into urban planning and has been replicated around Europe. And then also Guardians of Earth, which is another tool for valuing biodiversity.
We had a great conversation, mainly just kind of processing things we heard, particularly around the themes of identity and artificial intelligence, machine learning, these sorts of things. The thing that really struck me about both of those conversations was dancing around the kind of primitives that we need to engage in self-governance and power sharing and so forth around these two concepts. How does identity map into incredibly complex systems? When we heard some things about empowerment, what does empowerment actually mean? What are the forms of input that we can have in systems that we are still only beginning to understand?
Hello. The liveliest part of our discussion was around that question that's getting hotter and hotter, starting in the 50s, but getting very hot these days, about artificial general intelligence. Will it exist? Will we be able to recognize it? And why is this important? And part of it was around, it seemed that why do we care? And what are the different ways that we want to preserve the experience of being around other people who are actually people, and why is it that we care about that so much? And will AIs ever be able to be something we would sort of slot into that space? And it was interesting because it was a discussion that had started when we talked about the names and who we are around these interesting ways that we all fall into in making sense of each other, in finding the common ground. Where did I know you 20 years ago? What are the things we'd all read? What are the words? Around here, for instance, the word polis had a lot of resonance. And so it was a discussion of the abstraction of the artificial intelligence grounded in those little hints of trust in humanity that are such a deep habit.
Oh, thanks. Hi, I'm Marielle, and this is just an honor to be here with all of you. And for those who I haven't met yet, I truly look forward to it. And I think to summarize, our discussion was really about the frustration about the gap between theory and practice. And what I was describing as the last mile problem, we were also thinking of as a first mile problem. And ultimately, that releasing the code is not sufficient for disseminating these tools, and that implementing them requires further assistance so that the real life use cases that exist for all of them can actually be brought into practice. And just like publication is not sufficient for disseminating our research, that the same thing is true for the code itself. And one other thing that we highlighted was the double-edged swordiness of each of the technologies that we just learned about, and how at the end of the day a tool is a tool, and that's something in the hand of a person.
Okay, so in our group, one of our participants suggested that we add prediction markets to the list of tools, and then the discussion after that tended to focus on questions such as wanting to hear more about the limitations of these technologies, not only the technological limitations, but also the ethical limitations that weren't always mentioned. And we also discussed a lot how to ensure access to these tools, and whether or not and to what extent they presuppose that people just had access to the technology in the first place, and also varying levels of tech literacy.
So one of the things that we mostly talked about, I guess the broader theme was like, how do we best engineer engagement with platforms or networks? And we thought that quadratic voting works pretty well in, like, you know, being representative in the pro sense, but DAOs at large currently don't really work like that. I guess we mostly talked about this in the context of crypto. And you know, we think that voting mechanisms are pretty bad out there, and people aren't actually electing to contribute and vote in these networks. We think that proxy voting can be a solution, but mostly it can also be worse, and it effectively becomes like a beauty contest where, you know, it's not really good representation of what the best voices are for the network. And I guess that's kind of what the beauty is for decentralized networks, is that, you know, you can offer to build, you know, excessive amount of smaller networks and have people have a contributing voice to those networks. And then we later question if the goal should even be participation or should just be mechanism design. Should these protocols just work and, you know, from the onset? And then we ultimately noted that, you know, product design should just abstract away from the mechanism design. And this prompted the question, you know, is it even important that we own our own keys, or could, you know, custodian hold them for you in order just to ease your participation in the network?
Hello again. So I'd say, echoing probably most strongly the conversation that came out at this table over here, we kind of lingered on this question of, a lot of these tools are like tools that have been around for quite a while. Why aren't those tools being used already? What is it about them that's not making them sexy or easy enough to be widely deployed and engaged with? You know, what is it, you get into these questions about like city governance. Are these tools solving the wrong problem? I mean, are they addressing street level needs in the first place? There's a question about, you know, need versus want, and, you know, whether this is something that people are, you know, like, are we actually, are we creating tools that are easy to distribute, that fit into the things that people need? But then, you know, there's also this question about, like, Are we just creating systems that, like you get like fast food versus nutritious food, right? We can talk about ways to get this stuff out there, but then are we just hijacking people's dope reward systems rather than like giving them something how do we get them something that's actually nourishing to them? And then the last piece of this is related to that. The question of active versus passive participation, because if the problem is that there's an inferential gap that makes it difficult to deploy this stuff where it is actually needed, first of all, who's determining that? And then back to the algorithmic governance piece again, is passive participation actually ethical in the way that it's being, operationalized?
So our table had an interesting winding discussion that more or less started with sort of what was the implicit understanding of what plurality tools are, simply because the discussions or the presentations that we heard ranged from everything from decentralized identifiers to mathematical formulas. So kind of taking a step back, we were thinking it might be really helpful actually to have a framework or a map for understanding kind of the areas of tooling development and also some kind of heat map of like, there's a lot of activity here and maybe less so in this area, anything from closed systems like blockchains to collective intelligence tools, more like participatory voting or representative or proxy type systems. I think regardless, across the board in instances where there is more need for large scale interfacing or large scale aggregation of sentiments and preferences, we had a notable sort of motif that was like design and accessibility needs to just improve considerably. Like I think in the last few years we've seen that, at least in the Web3 space, but just the lingering clunkiness of like on-chain voting by sort of like logging in with a wallet and things of that sort. Like we just have to think at a larger scale, and like the trade-off of this group from the corner were some of the things that we sort of touched on as well in terms of, how do you really design for accessibility, not just the tooling, but also kind of the marketing campaigns. Shout out to the memers in the room like Kevin, Owocki and things, but that's a sort of frontier in green space worth exploring, I'd say. Yeah.
Awesome, thank you. Maybe you can lead an unconference session mapping the tools of the space. That could be really cool. Okay, so, we have one more table. Sorry about that.
So our table spent also a lot of time talking about minding the gap between theory and practice, and the fact that we need to try to move away from abstraction and start dog feeding with a lot of the tools that we've been discussing, with an emphasis on at least two things. One is that the context greatly matters, and that there is no one-size-fits-it-all kind of solution, and that maybe something that works for Web3 would not work for other situations, and that there may be an even more fine-grained contextual discussion we need to have. And also that some of the discussions we have are about solving very, very big problems that are very complex and don't only depend on governance, and that we might start with grassroots, smaller scales processes before trying to address very complex worldwide problems. We also spent some time debating the fact that talking about the fact that we need to debate the trade-offs at the heart of a lot of these tools, and that we might have, as builders of the tools, some biases because we've been spending so much time and energy trying to develop something. We might have some blind spots in terms of the type of trade-offs and tension they induce, and that this is something we definitely need to spend also time thinking. And the last bit we discussed was about the extra tool that we would need for as a plural tool was a smaller table for us to hear each other better.
Noted. Okay, so it's time for lunch. We are going to kick off our lightning talk, our next lightning talk round right at 1:30. So we'll ring the bells before to have you come back in the room, sit at a different table so you can meet new people. If you didn't watch Audrey Tang's talk that we sent out over email, we're going to be streaming that at 1:15 in this room. So come if you want. Otherwise, we'll get started right at 1:30. Thank you.
Hey everyone, if you haven't already got a seat, find somewhere that's empty. And also try and sit near somebody that you haven't sat with before, on a table that you haven't sat before. If you're outside having a coffee, we are just about to get started. Okay, so we are going to get started now. So what's about to happen is we're going to be playing 2 videos. So this round of lightning talks is going to be exploring the way plural technologies are being applied in practice and what practitioners need from researchers to continue to do and scale their work. So our first talk, pre-recorded talk, is going to be by our steering committee member, Audrey Tang, who is the Digital Minister of Taiwan. And that's going to be immediately followed by a Q&A video. So thank you to those of you who sent in your questions. Over to Rose. Thank you.
Good local time, everyone. I'm Audrey Tang, Taiwan's Digital Minister. It is a pleasure to speak with you all today in this at the Plurality Research Network conference. The internet is a jamboree of light, connecting every part of daily life, a place where everyone can share and be, no matter race, gender, status, or degree. But with this freedom, the challenges are great, as billions are spent on AI to automate. Antisocial tech and surveillance thrive. Centralized powers grow, autocracies revive. Authoritarians redefine the internet's rules, twisting digital tech to control and to fool. But it is not too late. We can still change course and make the internet a source of discourse. Now, plurality, it is quite a find. Computational systems that are truly kind. The Taiwan model is a breath of fresh air with tech that fosters collaboration, not despair. In 2012, Taiwan's cabinet did state to promote open data, it was fate. Since then, we've worked to relay, showing the people what with open data efficiency can surely grow. For 10 years, Taiwan's open data door has shared 50,000 plus sets and more. High-value data, air, real estate, and trade, electricity supply, all available to be made. For citizens and industries to use and co-create, data.gov TW really encourages debate. A cross-domain collaboration facilitates effort data activation. Like the water refill map app, it's easy to find. Where to get free drinking water is one of a kind. The CO2 update platform reduces carbon too, and the last platform manages river basins. True. Collaboration brings these benefits, is plain to see, thanks to the open data policy. Last year, Taiwan's Central Weather Bureau announced a project to help citizens apply for high accuracy data and resources. That's a feat. To facilitate the use of these resources, that's neat. The private sector uses creativity and tech to develop cross-disciplinary applications for the best in fields like disaster mitigation, offshore wind power, and more. Thanks to weather open data, that's for sure. Held once a year since 2018, Presidential Hackathon is a public innovation. This year's international track theme is practicing net zero in climate action. BRSDM at Erling, Taiwan is one of the top teams from Erling Township and Zhongzhou University. They've established a sustainable model for agricultural waste using biochar pyrolysis and cloud data mesh platform. They've made haste. Another champ is Team Benz from India. Their solution analyzes soil and weather data. Reducing labor costs with sensors too. Sustainable urban forests is what we do. Inclusive co-creation is a core value full of cheer. Emerging tech tools spark debate, and that's no fear. Because the most important thing is to start with the people. It's key. Crowdsourced agenda setting works, you'll see. Now, Web3 is a concept of this new era of plurality. And that's why in July this year, W3C standardized the DID. Taiwan has joined W3C, connecting us to the world, helping us to achieve this vision of plurality together. To expand the vision of co-creation, that's great. Our ministry was launched in August. It's a date. Fostering resilience too, and that's what MODA aims to do. Ideathon is a way to think outside the box. Inspired by the hackathon is something that unlocks. A smorgasbord of entry is a powerful activity. Ideathon spurs innovative thinking. This year's Ideathon theme is We Futures 2040 Plurality. It's an immersive roadmap that shapes the future together. We invite design concept for 2040, tangible or intangible, space, goods, service mechanism, life forms. Through those innovative communication technology platform, we take those good ideas and aim to create social value of more than $300 million with a focus on universal service. That's our goal. We encourage innovative communication for a better overall. Public welfare, time-saving service, and streamlining old existing process with social value, that's what we hold. For those with speech hurdles, tech can save the day with sign language via video relay. In stage 1, we'll gather proposals for innovative communication services. From the non-governmental and private sectors is a chance to express. The 100 selected proposals will receive financial aid, is true. Incentives and guidance measures, technical and application guidance too. One-to-one mentor is all part of our bigger view. Our financing mechanism, that's something fresh and new. Plural funding considers the square root of each soul. Then it's squared again. It's an exciting concept, not in any way draw. Participants are willing to contribute. It's part of the deal. The number of participants just as important as the funds they reveal. The government provides funds proportionally. Plural funding verifies public support. It builds legitimacy. This April, I have signed a pledge, and that's clear, with 16 nations reps, all free from fear. A declaration for the future is true, for the internet's future, for me and you. The declaration looks at the net's connections, its distributed structures with no exceptions. We promise to uphold human rights and foster trust and freedom in online life. The MODA uses interplanetary file system, we know, a decentralized solution, don't you know? So share your computers, lend some connectivity, and help defeat censorship easily. All other agencies can use our website's design, saving money and strengthening resilience in no time. The MODA leads by example, and that is clear, showing our approach is practical and all can hear. We encourage all to adopt our way, you see. CC0 waives copyright, our materials are free. And Free the Future is the MODA's call to all. For Taiwan's fellow democracies, we stand tall. And this is what plurality looks like, you can see. Not just for politics or government, that's not to be. The internet wasn't just for military and research, no, but it's a new tech paradigm, so let it grow. It can transform every sector, every life. If we learn to harness it, let's end the strife. The web, just like Sir Tim Berners-Lee said, connects people, not just machines, and let it spread. And this is the Taiwan model we wish to share with the world. Let's show them, let's be aware. So I'd like to end with a poem you see. It's the vision we're heading to, don't you agree? When we see Internet of Things, how to make an Internet of Beings. When we see virtual reality, how to make a shared reality. When we see machine learning, how to make collaborative learning. When we see user experience, how to make a human experience. And when we hear the singularity is near, let us always remember the plurality is here, and don't surrender. Live long and prosper.
All right, and we're going to jump straight into Audrey's Q&A.
I'm really happy to have received the follow-up questions after the initial video. So without further ado, let's answer the questions from you. The first question, a very good one, asks, how can we facilitate more engaged plural governance of the sort that we have fostered in Taiwan? Well, I think in Taiwan, the polis-style conversations is just part of this supply chain, if you would, of crowdsourced agenda setting. It makes it possible and even easy and fun for the citizens to set collectively the agenda for public conversation, but it does not replace the public conversation that goes afterwards. So the question asks, what are the necessary ingredients and what are the limiting reagents? So 2 necessary ingredients. 1, broadband as human rights. Or since I'm in Lithuania recording this, I've heard people referring to broadband as tap water. And the second is an emphasis on competence, not just literacy, in the basic education. Because literacy is when you consume and competence is when you co-create. Now the limiting reagent, of course, would be the polarization. Now the next question, beyond those tools, what's one small change you have implemented that has yielded surprisingly large results? To overcome polarization, the offline space is also important. What we have implemented in the past 6 years is a team embedded in each and every ministry called participation officers. The POs, they are once career public servants, but also facilitators at collaborative meetings. The POs use tools such as Polis and Join and so on, of course, but the one single change is that they are also the petitioners. They are also the facilitators that leads the petitioners for the online e-petition to have conversations. So we choose POs as facilitators for the issues unrelated to their ministry. If it's about tax filing, maybe the Coast Guard PO will lead the discussion on the table. If it's about surfing rules, then maybe the tax agency. So that's increased the intrinsic award motivation for each and every PO participating. Now the next question. What are the research questions I would like to see answered to support our work? Well, here's a research question for you. How can we use ideas from narrative therapy, from group dynamics, to ensure that there is good quality facilitation going on, embedded as part of the space for dialogue? Now, of course, with the advent of generative AI, we can see that people with very different communication styles now can be mediated through the various generative AI that keeps the substance but change the style to the style that are more preferred by people in that communication mode. I'm very excited about the potential use and, of course, the limiting factors that we preventing abuse of such technologies. But this, I think, goes one step beyond Polis, which only quotes the typed ideas verbatim without translation. So think of it as a machine translation layer on top of Polis. The next question asks, is it best to impose Polis-like conversations top-down, like a city government, or better harnessed by the grassroots like movements and promoted up? Well, in the V-Taiwan experiment back in 2015, it's both. the conversations, the style of conversations is done by civic hackers, by grassroots. However, the agenda setting power is delegated by the central government. So basically, there are two components to this. In the diverging part, the civil society sets the rules and runs the space. In the converging part, the agenda setting part, a government official pre-commits to discuss at length, substantially, the crowdsourced consensus and only those consensus. The next question asks, so the polar style conversation, what are some recent policies that you have seen passed that it was useful? And this is a good question. Recently, we've enabled many V-Taiwan processed regulations, for example, around e-scooters, around the legislature has recently just passed against the unconsensual sharing of intimate images and so on. All of these has gone through the police style agenda setting. Now the question asks, what are the ingredients and the involvement of population that makes it successful? So bear in mind that police conversation just begins the conversation. When we have the rough consensus around these controversial topics, there are more face-to-face or online or hybrid dialogues, multi-stakeholder forums, co-creation meetings, and so on, that follows the agenda setting. So to rely only on a single tool would not enable this whole process, visualization and agenda setting and accountability. Now, the next question asks, okay, so we have generative AI now. Is something that Taiwan is experimenting with? Indeed, we have this ideathon with the theme Plurality 2040. We're crowdsourcing not just stories from 2040 that shows a optimistic or non-optimistic use of the technologies, including 6G communication and so on, a decade or so from now. However, we plan to feed these scenarios into generative AI, and we will coach those AI to become assistive in immersing the researchers into the visions of 2040 so as to have a conversation taking place in the future. The next question, has a polis-style governance system been implemented in any significant organization other than the government of Taiwan? And the question is, what do you think stands in the way? Well, from what I gather, if you go to pll.is, there are many, like within a city government or a political party and so on. And the unifying, I think, motivation is that there are people who want to listen to each other better and overcome the polarization. So the idea of good enough consensus or rough consensus need to make some sense to that polity. So I think it speaks to a different style of politics. That is to say, V-Taiwan was only possible because in the cabinet, then as now, there are more independent members than members of any party. So it creates a credibly neutral space beyond party politics, but without replacing party politics for this kind of crowdsourced agenda setting. And so I would encourage you to create such spaces and engage all the parties, because if the opposition party becomes the co-creation party, well, that is creative politics there, and it's far more possible for everybody involved to also gain the insights on the constituencies that their next election requires. And the final question, has these tools been deployed in the PRC regime? Well, I honestly don't know, because all of our process is open source, is public code. And in our live streamed meetings, the collaborative meetings, there were quite a few entrants, people who no doubt through VPN or some other connection technologies participated at least in the Slido questions and also on the live stream. And of course, we welcome all because we believe in crowdsourced moderation, and many of them showed a willingness of learning these tools, running them in a kind of self-hosted way behind the Great Firewall, and to facilitate conversations but because we are not running a SaaS model, right? All of this is the components that people can run for themselves. So we do not have statistics as of how it's actually used there. But there's already strong interest, and continuously, I think we will just share our good practices or better practices that informs the democracy network, which includes, of course, the democracies that have signed on the Declaration for the Future of the Internet, but also includes the democratic practitioners within more authoritarian regimes. Okay, I hope the questions get answered by the video that I just recorded. And if you have follow-up questions, please do feel free to reach me. And for the time being, live long and prosper.
Amazing. That was so great to be able to hear Audrey. So I see some folks standing here. Do you guys want to be standing? There are some chairs. David, can you raise your hand? David's table has 2 seats. We have some chairs right up here in the front. You could grab and put them against the wall if you want. There are also a couple chairs leaned up in the back of the room behind Tim and Jen that you could grab and put out. But also you are welcome to stand if you'd like to stretch your feet. Okay, we're going to jump into the lightning talks. Our first speaker is Matt Prewitt.
Hello. My name is Matt Prewitt. I'm president of Radical Exchange Foundation, and I'm going to talk about how the Plurality Network can collaborate with Radical Exchange. All right, so what is Radical Exchange? Radical Exchange is a global community envisioning and building alternatives to capitalism that do not concentrate power. What we really want to do, what we're really trying to do, is to prove that better systems are possible. So I want to tell you a little bit about how I came to this work. To me, Radical Exchange is part of a larger arc or a larger project. Before I was doing this, I was an antitrust lawyer or litigator, doing essentially plaintiff side antitrust work. The way that I came to that was out of a concern about power concentration. Basically, a concern about how power begets power in our financial systems, in our technical systems, in our economic systems. But I came to believe that litigating this problem away was not going to work, that that was essentially the wrong vector to address this. And when Web3 started to gain traction around the middle of the last decade, that struck me as very interesting. I thought, this is an opportunity to influence a technical system that might be more important than whatever I might be able to do to bend the arc of United States antitrust doctrine. Furthermore, when the book Radical Markets came out in 2018, an amazing community sprang up around that of people who were interested in applying these kinds of ideas to new technical systems. And that book also, contained really interesting ideas which have been the foundation of a lot of interesting work since then. So in 2018, we started, Glenn and Jennifer Marone and I and a group of others started Radical Exchange Foundation, which is a 501c3 that takes the kinds of big ideas we're talking about today and brings them into contact with real institutions. There are basically 3 pillars to our work: community, experiments, and building tools, prototypes, and ideas. So I'll tell you about each of them briefly. So first of all, we do events. We put on events around the world, most of which are conducted using open space technology to kind of attendee-driven convenings that you'll experience a bit of a taste of tomorrow. This is a recent event that we did in Warsaw, Poland. We have chapters around the world, many of which are sort of social meetup groups or groups of intellectual exchange relating to plurality and plurality-adjacent ideas. Some of the chapters are actually sort of full-fledged local activist groups. For example, the Paris chapter next month is hosting a design sprint at a UNICEF conference, and there's lots of other basically there's lots of people around the world who are interested in this stuff, inside and outside of academia, and there's an amazing network to plug into of like-minded activists and artists and thinkers. We hold monthly calls the first Wednesday of each month where we connect with each other, support each other in our work, and it's sort of an open invitation. The next part of our work is, experiments. So Radical Exchange runs deliberation and decision-making experiments that apply plurality-related ideas to real institutions. So this is very much like, our work is kind of in the joint between the academic ideas that we're talking about here and the reality of institutions. We don't think of ourselves as installing blank slate new systems. We think of ourselves as solving problems within institutional context, within institutional history. So I'll highlight one example quickly. So this last summer, we worked with the Nashville Metro Council on a quadratic voting implementation, essentially. The chair of the finance committee of the city council had the problem of synthesizing the entire 40-member council's ideas about modifications that should be made to the city budget and reporting those back to the mayor. We worked with her to use quadratic voting to prioritize changes to the city budget, and those were then submitted as the recommendations for change. So what this is doing is this is basically a thoughtful sort of feet on the ground type of process of understanding where within existing institutions these kinds of ideas can begin to make a positive difference, and where we can learn about essentially it's like not exactly move fast and break things. It's more like think carefully and work with real problems and real institutions and responsibly integrate potentially really radical and impactful new ideas into the way that they work. There's a bunch of other amazing work that we're doing, including this year there's going to be a major sort of public-facing quadratic voting operation as part of the New York City participatory budgeting process, and much else that I'm happy to talk about more later. We also build tools that prototype democratic processes and listening at scale. So we have built and maintain, I think, what is sort of the easiest and fastest like light quadratic voting tool, which you can play with at radicalexchange.org. We've also thought about instantiating, building sort of prototypes that instantiate best practices around quadratic voting. So, a quadratic vote is only as good as the options that we're deciding between. There need to be good deliberative processes around it to ensure that it's genuinely useful. So we've built software that kind of instantiates our thinking about how to combine quadratic voting with polis-based deliberative processes, other kinds of facilitated conversations, and other sorts of flexible power sharing arrangements. And again, you can play with it at radicalexchange.org. In addition to that, we are working to advance these kinds of new ideas and institutional practices. So over the past few years, we've done quite influential work, I think, in applying mechanism design related ideas to old problems, such as community currencies, right? Money is one of these institutions that's really ripe for quite a radical re-examination. People have been thinking about it for hundreds of years, but community currencies have never quite taken off. Maybe there are ways that we can apply some of the deep insights that this community is working on to solve the problems that have prevented community currencies from fulfilling their potential. We're also engaged in a big sort of multi-institution research project right now related to property, taking ideas related to partial common ownership, Harburger taxation, things like that, refining them into sort of usable tools, license designs, things like that that can be applied, integrated into institutional settings, and hopefully kind of change a much broader conversation around the way that the institution of property instantiates power sharing. We've also done a lot of work related to information control, shared control over data, related to the international conversation around data trusts, data coalitions, things like that. So how can you get involved? How can you help? One is we are always looking for academic collaboration to help us analyze our work. So we have a higher capacity to actually do experiments and to work in this joint between academia and institutions than we do to actually analyze and process everything we're doing. So for example, the work that we're doing with the New York City Council right now, I think is a really, really ripe opportunity to study how a large group of people interact with quadratic voting for the first time. And we'd love to work with members of this community to ensure that we capture as much valuable data from that practice as we can. We're also always looking for people who run institutions and are willing to try new methods of power sharing, of deliberation, of democratic decision making, and eager for collaborations along those lines. Finally, there's obviously huge amount of intellectual exchange, huge amount of intellectual ferment in this room, with which we consider ourselves eager partners, and would love to hear more about what you all are thinking about plurality and everything we're talking about today. Finally, very useful to have more help building tools, building prototypes, building infrastructure that can help us gather more information about how these kinds of mechanism designs and institutional designs interact with the real world, and how they can help us actually make our world a better, fairer place. That's it. Feel free to reach out to me, and eager to talk more this weekend.
All right, thank you, Matt. Next up, Deepti.
After lunch, after a poem, and after Matt Prewitt, never a good place to be, but let's see how I do. Great. So I want to talk to you about New Public's work in creating conditions for plurality through what we are calling healthy digital public spaces. I co-lead New Public with Eli Pariser, who many of you know, as well as Talia Stroud, who helped do some of our foundational research. So we are a design lab for digital public space. We are bringing together community leaders with researchers, with technologists, to really think about the design patterns and as well as the sustainability models behind what we are calling digital public spaces, so that are supporting our democratic and pluralistic society. Why digital public spaces? We really believe public space is an important part of our democratic society, and that their design matters, but it's not only their design that matters, it's the things it is that people do, how people make meaning together in these public spaces. And without them, we really do risk a more fractured society. And today, we are experiencing our public life happening in places it is that we're never going to serve our collective goals around plurality, cohesion, or a strong democratic culture. With a few people controlling these spaces, it's impossible to understand how they can serve the needs of everybody. And with an advertising model driving them, the incentive structures, as we've learned over the last few decades, mean that the most engaging content is the content that's getting incentivized. And currently, as we see it melt down, we believe there's a really big opportunity for us to be building the social networks, maybe not even the social media, that we need for a pluralistic society. So we believe that we should not have one attempt to make one global town square, but instead be comfortable and try to inspire many small spaces to exist digitally. We believe that we need to be investing in a public graph that's driven by open protocols and that's not controlled centrally and incentivized through advertising companies. And we're learning a lot about email. I mean, we use the analogy of email where many different clients can kind of be speaking to that protocol in different ways. And then finally, we think there's a lot it is that we can learn from what's gone wrong to find the design patterns that support pluralism, diversity, and community. And so this is the roadmap it is that we see ahead of us. We're not doing all of this work, but we believe all of this work needs to happen. First and foremost, and I think this has come up in our morning session, our work needs to be grounded in real problems that people are having. And so we need to invest in partnering with community leaders who understand what the challenges of community actually are. And because we believe that these spaces, these public spaces are about people and power, the care, the governance, and the maintenance of them matters as much as the action and the design of them. We very much believe that we should all be supporting the development of these protocols that are allowing the social graph to be owned publicly as opposed to privately. We believe there's a lot of innovation that needs to be done for business models. And then finally, none of this is going to matter if people aren't actually using it. I'm getting a 1-minute mark. So the question it is that we really started off asking ourselves is, what are the critical qualities of a flourishing digital public space? This is the research that we did, over 20 countries, 20,000 people, and we came up with this framework that a space should be welcoming. It should, for everybody, it should help people connect and understand one another, and then it should enable people to act together. And what we're doing is creating the features and design patterns that are aligned to those signals that do really solve real people's problems in deep partnership with these community leaders. And here are some of the examples of some of the experiments and investigations it is that we want to run. And this gets to all of you, the research community that can support us. And so we really want to look to partner with you to broaden our understanding of the conditions that will support online social networks to tip towards plurality, and then also figure out ways to measure it. And so hopefully tomorrow, if we get more time, we can actually get through the signals.
Thank you, Deepti. Next up, we have Kevin.
Hi, everybody. The title of my talk is Making Pluralism Practical with Quadratic Funding. I am Kevin Owocki, and I'm mostly known as the founder of Gitcoin, which is one of the larger quadratic funding experiments out there. How many of you have heard of quadratic funding? All right, just a pulse check, because Zoe just gave a talk about quadratic funding. And how many of you have heard of Gitcoin grants? All right, about half of y'all. So basically, the idea behind my talk is that if we develop tools, the right tools, open source forkable code, we can make pluralism practical. And I want to talk about some of the experiments that we have done with making pluralism practical at Gitcoin in my new company, Supermodular. Starting with Gitcoin grants, which in January 2019, we saw a need for a more scalable and democratic funding for the Ethereum ecosystem. And we had just read Radical Markets and the Quadratic Funding paper by Glenn, Vitalik, and Zoe. Put it into practice, and 3 years later, we've had 3,000 projects that have been funded via Quadratic Funding, over 15 rounds, and $73 million in results. So I'm super proud of that. Thanks. All right. So basically, we've gone through an OODA loop where we are observing a need in the market, we are orienting ourselves, deciding what kind of mechanisms to deploy, and acting on a quarterly basis. It's been 3 years and 12 quarters in which we've run 15 rounds of quadratic funding so far, and it's this iteration towards practical pluralism by just running through this OODA loop over and over and over again, that we're learning to fine-tune the mechanism and how we approach making pluralism practical with the right tools. A couple other experiments that we've played with in the practical pluralism space. Quadraticvote.co is an easy way of doing a quadratic vote. And we've seen hundreds of quadratic votes hosted at quadraticvote.co. We ran a quadratic funding round in downtown Boulder, Colorado in the COVID pandemic. We saw businesses whose foot traffic had dropped 95% in the pandemic, and we deployed a $50,000 quadratic funding round in downtown Boulder, Colorado in 2020, and super proud to have left the blockchain niche and actually proved that quadratic funding works on Main Street, not just in Ethereum. Similarly, in 2021, we wanted to experiment with doing quadratic funding for mainstream open source software. So we partnered with Pia Mancini and the Open Collective and built a tool called Fund OSS, which was a successful quadratic funding round, did over 100K in results in quadratic funding for mainstream open source software. So again, proving with these separate code bases that with the right tools, pluralism is practical. After a couple years of experimentation, we saw a need to build a clean, well-documented code base to run fiat US dollar quadratic funding experiments. And so we're releasing a new tool in Q2 of 2023 called Simple Grants for Web 2, which will be a modular, forkable tool that anyone can deploy quadratic funding in their local community. So again, taking the experiments, what we've learned in the OODA loop, and making pluralism practical. Alongside the Web 2 quadratic funding experiment, we have completely rewritten Gitcoin grants from the bottoms up to be decentralized in modular code base to run decentralized quadratic funding and quadratic voting campaigns. So now going from just the Ethereum community using quadratic funding to anyone who has an Ethereum-based network, whether you're a DAO or a DeFi project or an NFT project, being able to run quadratic funding. And that is launching over the next couple weeks in January 2023. Again, proving that with the right tools, pluralism is practical. So these are the experiments that we've run. I'm also really proud to be surrounded by a bunch of you, CLR Fund, Giveth, Polis, other people who are making pluralism practical with the right tools. Some ways that you can work with us, if you want to actually have data about quadratic funding and what it looks like and do mechanism design based off of that data, we're looking for collaborators. If you have a community that you want to run quadratic funding in, we've got a tool that allows you to do it without doing any software development, so look us up. Looking for data analysis help and the most promising places to run a quadratic funding campaign. So come find me if you're in either of those categories. We want to make pluralism practical, and we have a vision of taking the world to the quadratic lands, a place in which we have rewritten the laws of economics so that people can make a living by supporting the commons. So with your help, we will reach the quadratic lands and we will make pluralism practical. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kevin. Next up, we have Evan.
Whoa. Fighting with this thing. Off to a good start. All right, my name is Evan Miyazono, and I have a problem. I was told that this is the section in which we could share open problems, and I'm very excited to talk about one. This is basically all I will tell you about what I do with the rest of my time. I am at Protocol Labs. I've been there for 5 years. We mostly build products that give users sovereignty over their data. Who has it, how it's structured. If you are building anything in the Web3 space, you're probably touching libp2p or IPFS in some way, whether or not you know it. I lead a small team called Network Goods, and we are trying to engineer revolutionary coordination systems. When I say that, I'm specifically thinking of all of these weird paradigm-shifting inventions that kind of were one day, went from not being a thing to one day being a major thing, often with large-scale, slow adoption in between, but these then fade into the background of our experience, and these become hugely empowering if you think about what the world was like before insurance or before the sit-in, and there isn't, I feel, nearly enough intentionality around building new systems like this. And so we've set out with the goal of building systems like this in order to empower communities to build what we're calling network goods. The projects are roughly 7 coordination systems and a conference, and combined they intend to set out to be an analog of capital markets to fund things that are non-excludable goods. So these would be public goods, commons, could include infrastructure, knowledge, things like that. We find this particularly important for digital communities, the online world, because there isn't a government that can tax like the internet in a native way, in the same way that you can tax the physical assets that live in a place. Obviously, when you have, and this is going into the problem that I would love to discuss and collaborate with probably economists on, but computer scientists would fit really well too. And I have other problems too, so if you're like, this is interesting but not my field, come find me anyway. When we talk about non-excludable goods, these should probably exist in the context of a community. I use community very generally. Group of people who have some shared values or goals or something that ties them together, experiences potentially. Oftentimes these groups will share resources and contribute towards things that they want as a group, and some of these things are public goods or commons, and that can feed back to not just the community, but others in the community. And I'll highlight that part of what excites me about the idea of DAOs and a lot of these online communities is that these aren't novel in the way that they're often treated. If you look at this structure, unions do this, governments do this, corporations do this, church groups do this. Like this kind of, like lending groups do this. This kind of relationship is as old as society, and yet we now have a way of doing this robustly in a non-nation specific way and doing so on the internet. And so this should be far more scalable than it ever has been, because we can now share resources with the breakthroughs that, or permissionlessly share resources in a way that only the breakthroughs in cryptography and distributed systems have enabled. I would additionally assume that there's probably some interaction between community members and non-members. I think if you don't assume that there is some relationship, that there's probably, like, the definition of community gets too vague and basically useless. But there's this definition of regenerative cryptoeconomics. I did not make these slides knowing I was going after Kevin, but I'm very glad that I am. I definitely stole this definition from his meme cyclopedia, Green Pilled, which I would definitely recommend as a set of ideas related to the crypto community and regenerative economics. You should have systems that satisfy human needs, create positive externalities, and create balance. And of this chain of network goods, value capture entities, and non-members, I want to know when this is economically stable, what are the parameters that we should think about, should know about? I would claim that there's probably some optimal amount of distribution of funding generated by a community to network goods or public goods or commons. This could be a government, like governments should think about this. Communities, online communities, Ethereum should think about this. Filecoin should think about this. What are phase boundaries? I think that you could probably find theoretical optimums based on rational economic assumptions. You could probably define a phase space that you could explore with Monte Carlo simulations. I don't think that this is intractable. It's just something that I haven't had the time or energy to do. And we've obviously done this for Filecoin, the main source of revenue for Protocol Labs, but this is very niche, and I think that if we could find directions to give to communities, whether those are small clubs all the way up to national governments, on this is how much you should probably be spending to maximize your output in a subjective measurement of what output is, then I think that would be a really great contribution for Plurality, which is a set of communities at the end of the day. And this is a link to the slides. I have a formal statement of the problem on the next slide, but you have to follow this link to get there, and that's my Telegram and Twitter on the bottom. Come find me, or find me here later. Thank you.
Thank you, Evan. Next up, we have William.
Hello, my name is William George. So I'm going to be talking about how you can use sort of social identity mechanisms to complement crypto-economic or economic incentives, particularly in crowdsourcing, and particularly crowdsourced dispute resolution. So I'm a researcher with the Claros Cooperative, which is building a crowdsourced dispute resolution platform. So a lot of what I do is motivated by that. And to just briefly recall the motivation, I'm going to say a little bit about what Kleros is. So the idea is, imagine you have parties in some economic relationship. A small business owner has hired a freelancer, and they have some dispute. The small business owner doesn't think the freelancer has done adequate work. The freelancer disagrees. They could go to small claims court. They could go to traditional arbitration. The idea of Kleros is they can use a crowdsourcing platform where you have some users on the platform who are randomly drawn, and they're asked to rule on who is right in this case. And currently, how that works, how the people are drawn, we say jurors are drawn in this process, is partially based on a token weighting process, where your odds of being drawn for a case depend on how many tokens you stake. And this prevents malicious parties from creating a bunch of fake identities and getting disproportionate weight because they're limited in how many tokens they have. So some jurors are drawn, they think about the case, they analyze things, and then ultimately, they rule, and they're motivated by kind of crypto-economic incentives. They're rewarded or penalized based on how they rule, compared to how the rest of the community decides. This is all on a blockchain, and this has worked pretty well for the kinds of cases Kleros has been considering so far. We've produced a bunch of crowdsourced judgments. But one asks, does this very financialized process, what are its limits? And some very interesting writing has been done on the limits of cryptoeconomics generally by Nathan Schneider, Vitalik Buterin, to say, in this very financial games without very much of a social identity layer, what do we lose? What isn't possible? So we're always trying to improve the Kleros protocol, and we've done a lot of research, particularly motivated by this decentralized society paper that was recently published by Weyl, Ohlhaver, and Buterin, where they think about what they call soulbound tokens, which are these tokens that try to get away from financial incentives and attest rather to people's identity, past experiences, qualifications, non-transferable. And then an idea that we think about using in Kleros is to include these in how the weightings for how jurors are drawn. So we think of each juror as having some collection of attributes, social attributes, and then their odds of being selected depend on them to some degree. And then you can specifically try to pick panels of jurors that have diverse experiences and have different kinds of perspectives. And this draws on a lot of social science research that shows that groups of diverse people can often produce better decisions than more homogeneous groups, even if the homogeneous people are very high performing. So what do we need to do for this? So first of all, we need a very rich ecosystem of soulbound tokens. So this gets a bit at the decentralized identifiers that people talked about earlier. You can imagine some kind of institution that's granting a qualification. My university, I got a diploma. They sign a message saying I got a diploma, and that creates a soulbound token that appears in my wallet. So that would be great. Maybe my university is slow with the times and doesn't do that. Another possibility would be crowdsourcing again. So someone could say, I'm an expert in X, and then she could ask a crowd, okay, here's my portfolio, here are my past experiences. And if the crowd agrees, then she gets a soulbound token. And once people have a bunch of soulbound tokens that usefully attest to their identity, you want to have good tooling around that, good social recovery mechanisms to make them easy to use. Then you get to these sort of interesting research questions in Kleros that specifically for Kleros, how can we weight people's chances of being drawn based on their aspects of their identity? And we're particularly inspired by weighting formula around weighting contributions to quadratic funding in the Decentralized Society paper, where the idea is you want people to have more weight if they come from different kinds of communities, elevating different voices. And here, again, we think about applying those to juror selection. And there are all kinds of interesting research questions. How do we make this attack resistant? Blockchains are this really harsh environment. How can we make this solid and attack resistant? What's the right weighting formula? Some of the inspiration is similar to quadratic funding, maybe other applications. So do we want the same formula? What should the important differences be? And there are all these interesting questions that I'd be really happy to collaborate on people if they have similar problems. And to try to improve pluralism in crowdfunding. So thank you.
Thank you, William. Next up, we have Jessica. Thanks.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. My name is Jessica Chang from Relation Labs. So today I'm going to share about our investigation to build surrounding the identity, social, and trust in the decentralized society with a combination of SBTs and the semantic web technology, and introduce the semantic SBTs. So the SBTs were introduced earlier by the decentralized society authors as a native language to build the social identity with the accounts and broader relationships on chain. And the SBT helped to build a decentralized social framework in the decentralized social structures in on Web3. But we believe we still need a way to create the connectedness of the SBTs through relationships. So this is where the semantic SBTs comes in. The semantic SBTs are built on top of existing NFT standards with the addition of the RDF triple in the metadata to capture the meaning of the SBT in a machine interpretable way. So we also have drafted the EIP to introduce it. The RDF is a Web3C standard of a graph data model structure used to build the richly interconnected, interoperable, and flexible information structures. So the RDF codifies the relationship in simple expression of subject, predicate, and object. So the example would be like Alice knows Bob, or Alice attended these conferences. So taking in the RDF and the semantics in the metadata of Soban token, it becomes the primitive building block of the social identity information in the decentralized society. So people collecting the semantic Soban tokens into a so-called Soban journal, which is essentially their personalized distributed ledger of social identity, so that when I'm having information here, there will be someone holding the mirror of my information elsewhere in their own Soban journals. So the semantic Soban tokens are representing the highly interconnected social metadata on chain. So it enables the effective data integration from multiple sources and detaching data from its schema. So this allows the multiple schemas to be applied, interlinked, and queried and modified without changing the data instances. So bootstrap two layers on chain. The one is the social graph layer, which identifies the individual using the intersection of semantic Soban tokens that will uniquely define a person's identity. And it provides a bottom-up and decentralized way for people to build their social connections and publish their fragmentary identity-related information as their own discretion, and verify each other within the social distance where necessary. So the RDF supports the community detection algorithm to discover more plurality. The other one will be the linked data layer, which is integrated from multiple sources in RDF and to make the data retrievable and reusable across applications and communities. So it basically takes the blockchain as a data store and making the publishing of data in a permissionless manner and being censorship resistant without creating another data mode. So the data will be basically internally connected and being machine readable, so the AI systems can read it, clarify it, and provide supports for the future plural intelligence. So today we are sharing our investigation in the semantic Soban tokens, and we would like to invite you to take in consideration of this semantic web data model in doing research and building plurality. And welcome to join our future investigation in the private semantic Soban tokens, which are hosting the data off-chain in encrypted in the decentralized storage and having some decentralized access control so that the information will be token gated and building the decentralized verification within the social distances to verify each other when necessary. So thanks, and welcome to contact me for further discussion.
Thank you, Jessica, and all of our Session 3 Lightning Talk speakers. It is time for discussion again. Yay! Okay, so we're going to take 10 minutes. Actually, first, can I get one volunteer from each table to help lightly facilitate the conversation? We're going to go around, take 10 minutes, name and field, and the question is, how can academic researchers support and collaborate most effectively with practitioners, and what can each learn from the other side? Take 10 minutes, go around, and then we'll have 10 minutes for discussion.
It's time to hear back. Who wants to share in this table? All right, let's give Zoe our attention.
We had a great discussion that was wide-ranging. I'll just offer one highlight that we sort of kept coming back to in various forms, which is that what researchers and practitioners have to do more than anything else is to build a kind of shared ontology. And David offered a very useful way of thinking about what this ontology is. And another way of putting ontology is almost like alignment. And David was talking about how there are 3 different kinds of alignment, which come from action and values and epistemology. And sort of when we're talking about the ways that researchers and practitioners tend to fall out of alignment, we might want to think about coming back to those 3 elements. And once those 3 things are in place, then the conversation can begin, because there can be a sort of shared basis of understanding of what the goals are of the partnership.
Hi everyone, I'm Melanie from Goodly Labs and your resident bell ringer. I was volunteered again this time. So our big focus was on how R&D gardens, where funding can be used to iterate and look at different ideas in the same space. There was some ideas around giving talks to get people interested in research ideas, connected systems that could be done through cooperative agreements. So we had someone in the group that was working on co-creating and co-owning intellectual property between nonprofits and research organizations. We looked at how you can align incentives and resources across profit models. So there was a big question on how do we align everybody across different areas. And we also looked at how we can work agnostically about whether academic work will be really helpful in the sphere of application. But our biggest focus at the end of the day was really on ethics. So there was a big question of when you do research, is it really going to be used for what you want it to be used for? There were examples in our group given of research that was done that would then want it to be leveraged by the government for just surveillance. There was questions on where does money come from? How can we use funding to how can we ensure that the incentives are used properly? And there was a big emphasis on building our own technology as a way to leverage impact, with the example of Facebook getting billions of people doing what they want to do in 10 years versus many other organizations over the course of humanity that have taken hundreds of years to do the same thing.
Hello. At our table, we fell into a discussion about measurement on social media and how it can have a self-reinforcing and often pernicious effect and drive notions to evaluating a potential function, a very simple thing like the number of likes. And many relationships in the world are not based on a potential, but perhaps have a cyclical relationship. So that was part of the discussion. This distinction between academia and industry. At our table, we all seem to be split between the two, so there was a consensus that we should talk to our own self a little bit and draw on our past experiences in both lives. Thank you.
Hello again. So we went all over the place on this one. One of the questions here that came up in the introductions is how can we use co-design to drive research rather than just research to drive that kind of a process? Another way of putting this might be, how can we achieve at scale the interpersonal fluency we associate with small groups? There are inherent problems of trust between theorists and practitioners because they're operating under different explanatory heuristics. Policymakers want clearly defined answers. Theorists thrive on uncertainty. They don't want to present with the kind of confidence that they realize that they don't actually have. And then there are issues of continuous consent and giving the people the opportunity to opt out retroactively in these kinds of processes. Rajiv asked, what about specialized intermediaries? And Jonathan brought up the Platform Accountability and Transparency Act, which has been proposed to replace the NSF as a way of determining research agendas. Matchmaking between these different groups is possible, but it's hard. How do we migrate the trust that has been created, the respect networks that have been created within groups, and make those shorthands? How do we compress that so that we can get trust out of one group? I think the soul-bound tokens is one approach to this, but the question of where soul-bound tokens as a concept is actually going to fall short in application is it's a question involving related to other problems with data collection and ownership when you've got data that's being collected and by people on the ground, but then it ends up in these big public data platforms. It's decontextualized by people. So you have this circle that goes back to the issue of transparency being a form of surveillance where people who don't actually have an understanding of the system have levers on that system. And so we just kind of chased ourselves around in this circle. But yeah, thanks.
That's a perfect segue. Amy Whitaker, I work as an academic. I'm a professor at NYU. And we also had a really broad-ranging conversation that I will not be able to kind of recount in its entirety. It was so interesting. But there are a lot of people at this table who are in academia, at teaching, studying, people who are running organizations, people who are doing both. And the two themes that I would isolate, just that are additive to the other conversations that have been shared, are questions of coordination and questions of money. So the money side is sort of, how is that endemic to cultures of academia and practitioners? What is it like within academia to partner with corporations with regard to money? Or to be a PhD student where you feel like you're doing an unpaid internship for a really large tech company? Are there collaborative solutions there where you go out for co-funding with an institution? And then kind of how, relatedly, how is academia sort of fossilized or incurious or maybe kind of not attuned to practical questions? And then the other piece that I certainly thought was so fascinating as someone who's actively looking for data sets and feels like it's, candy store, Christmas presents, whatever, if someone's like, here's a data set or an API, that actually there is a huge interest on the part of nonprofits and companies to share information and data, the way we've just heard from some of the speakers, but that it's really hard to coordinate and that people don't have the bandwidth. So what are the solutions? Is it matchmaking, as was mentioned, or is it also just something as simple as having a page on a website that says, hey, we have data sets, here's the email address to write, and here are our kind of agreements or expectations, like post it to SSRN, let us know when it's published. Like what would that look like, just to have some standards? So it was just a really interesting conversation, and with people, I think, I'm very offended by what people said about academics, but no, I'm kidding. It was a really kind of free-floating and kind of great exchange. Thank you.
That sounds like a great unconference session.
In our table, we talked a lot about the nature of the partnership between practitioners and academics, and many great points have already been mentioned that there needs to be shared understanding, what are the objectives and incentives to align each other, that it's always a two-way street. When you're developing an algorithm, you need to understand what's the benefit, what's the incremental impact. But one of the things we wanted to raise here is that practitioners are not just one bucket, there are multiple kinds of practitioners. So of course, industry and academics have a much easier relationship than, for example, the city council and academics, which is more difficult to translate between them. And oftentimes, finding the right abstraction for some of these practitioners is maybe impossible, because there is just no right abstraction when it comes to, for example, policy and some questions that are concerning the city council. Lastly, we talked about funding. So there are like grants potentially that incentivize collaboration specifically. And we were curious if there might be a crypto wave for this to do so. And we had a really heated discussion on if we should use large language models to translate between domain experts. And we still have to continue this discussion. Thank you so much.
On that side of the room, I think we had three main themes that emerged from the discussions. The first one was that we might not have necessarily the space, we might not have designed the spaces so that the different pieces of the picture can socialize together. We heard that, for instance, artists are more on Instagram, and maybe academics are more on Twitter, and Web3 experts are more on Discord, and that the different platforms are used by different communities, and that we might start by designing the spaces for such exchanges to take place. It was also suggested that we could start by taking small steps without using the digital environment, but using the ones we currently have, universities, classrooms, for, again, going back to this idea of grassroots experimentations. It was said that universities are these cost-free places where we can have errors and we can experiment and try to bring some of these ideas from practice into classrooms and get students exposed to those. And the last one that I found super interesting that also builds on what the last table just discussed is that we didn't talk about the fact that there is not practitioners, but there are different buckets of practitioners. We talked about the fact that there is not one academia, but buckets of academia. And that we might want to think about how we can cross-pollinate across the disciplinary practices to connect with practitioners. In that Professor Arias was saying that, for instance, in anthropology, when you study a specific community, you have to take part of this community and become an active observer. And that maybe some of these practices could be used as well in some of the tech environments that try to be closer to practitioners.
Hi, I'm Quinn DuPont. I'm Canadian. That's why I look like this. So ours was a little bit surprising in that our group was largely comprised of folks that are actually somewhat outside of academia. And we talked about many of the tensions that we've already sort of seen discussed here, things around ethics and whitewashing and corporate involvement in the university and these kinds of things. We talked about incentives, as has been discussed a number of times. What I found interesting in our discussion around the tensions, though, is there's actually a fair bit of optimism and even some sort of basic examples of these kinds of collaborations working, but they're at the periphery of the university, right? And I think probably everyone that works in the university probably has an affiliation outside of their, Department of Sociology or whatever you might be part of. So I think that's interesting, and that there was a lot of attention to that. And then finally, we talked a little bit about universities as all-important places of reputation, and reputation as being something we need to think very seriously about. It's kind of an ugly part of the university, but I think we all know it exists, and pretending like it doesn't get us very far.
So we had an embarrassment of academics at this table, and so we mostly complained about problems with academia. So like one of them is there's a culture of, academics are above the real world, we're the ones who answer the real questions and stuff like that, and we need to be asking practitioners more about, how do we get the real questions, how do we know that the models that we're proving theorems on are actually the right models, and so on. We talked a bit about interdisciplinary work. We shouldn't just do interdisciplinary work for the sake of doing it. We should start from the problems themselves, and if we need to be interdisciplinary to do it, then we should. It can be very hard to publish interdisciplinary work because a lot of conferences tend to be based around communities, and if you're trying to sort of amalgamate between different fields and those conferences don't have people from that fields, then there's no one to judge your work and accept your papers. Social scientists have said that there's too much of a focus right now on controlled experiments as opposed to just analyzing what's happening in the real world. The more controlled your experiment is, the less you're looking at what's actually happening. In terms of money, let's see, what did I write here? So there's been a disappearance of corporate labs recently, which can be a big problem because corporate labs are what actually focuses on real-world problems. Grant makers need to be more risk-taking in how they allocate money. They tend to just give money to things that they've already given money for, and maybe they should focus a little bit more on, low probability, high impact results. Yep. I can't read the next thing I wrote, so let's end it there.
All right, here's my punchy version. What is plurality? Is it a vibe?
Maybe it's a micro-democracy. Maybe it's something smart that Wes said instead. Also, you know, the push-pull between centralization and decentralization, are they in fact duals? Maybe even mathematically. Also, influence of funding affecting what approaches people seem to take seriously, whether or not they're actually the right approaches, but you notice that everybody's getting money over here doing this thing. So you explore that avenue of technology instead of potentially really other good ones that could potentially be there. Anyway, that's it.
We talked about a few problems. So one is that practitioners often times don't really know what problems researchers have already solved. So a lot of people here in computer science, and everybody knows that like there's a gajillion computer science problems out there where a gajillion algorithms have been written, practitioners don't know where to find those papers, don't know where to find those algorithms, don't even know that those problems have been solved, and they can't find it. And then conversely, you know, academics don't really know what practitioners the problems that they face in real life, right? You know, they can't even really reach out and, you know, ask because there's no channels of communication. So that's one issue. Another issue is that practitioners and researchers sometimes have actually opposing interests and incentives in terms of status and information, and should it be kept private or public, and who accrues status and information as a result of the institutions that they're a part of. What can they, the last question was, what can each side learn from each other? And so we said that academics can learn social skills and project management. And you can blame me, I said social skills, but I was just joking. And then practitioners can learn a rigor, like real proper rigor in solving their problems.
So I'm going to keep it very quick, but just two concrete ideas. We talked a lot about different cultures in academia and within practitioners. One concrete suggestion for academics is to spend more time on clear communication of the results of their work. I've heard this described in some contexts as research debt, where you spend too much effort advancing the frontier, but not enough filling in the communication and distribution of those ideas. And then a more optimistic note to end with, we spoke about in the early days of sort of the modern Estonian system of government, how there was a sort of uncommon opportunity for to sort of rebuild a system and a mandate for that, and a bit of a responsibility that was shared both amongst practitioners and policy people and academics as well, and that led to a sort of rare alignment of interests amongst both practitioners and academics. So a sort of food for thought question is, how can we sort of create that vibe in other situations? Thanks.
Our table benefited from being able to skip intros. I'll try to be brief. So William noted that he, like most of us, have been in academia at some stage, and then Deepti highlighted the need for more diverse and inclusive demographics doing research around pluralism, and implied that elitism in academia can also lead to exclusivity in industry. And then Matt spoke about the importance of established academics setting precedents in terms of like tricky research, in terms of like figuring out what to work on. Evan talked about some mechanisms to do that, like ISAs or retroactive funding, and then asked whether working on multiple initiatives can actually synergize. As an example of that, Kevin talked about how he put up a bounty for QV, which eventually became quadraticvote.co and RCV, or Radical Exchange's QV tool. And then speaking of open source, Colin talked about how Twitter learned to work with Polis, and so like big tech working with us, and we realized that a lot of the best people to actually partner with were sitting at the table, like an SBT provider and then a user, and then we were thinking about what sort of hard problems we should actually be talking about and the best ways to work on things that we aren't actually currently working on because we're stuck with our current work.
Thanks, everyone. Did we get every table? Awesome. Okay, just a couple quick reminders before we take a coffee break. Yay. One is if you brought a poster and you haven't hung it yet, this would be the great time to do it. There's tape over by the poster easels. And reminder to sit at a different table for this final session. Okay, ready, break.
Okay, let's get started. So, for this round of lightning talks, we're going to be exploring open questions for plurality. So our first talk is a pre-recorded video by one of our funders, Vitalik Buterin. He's a philanthropist and also the founder of Ethereum. Some of you may have heard of it. Let's give him a huge round of applause because honestly, this event wouldn't be happening without him.
Hello to everyone at the Plurality Conference. Today, I wanted to give just a very short talk with some of the questions that I have been thinking about and that I think are going to be very relevant for people who are thinking about plurality, who are thinking about radical exchange ideas. And these questions are, in a lot of cases, inspired by my experience in the crypto space, but also ask a question of how do we bridge the gaps between some of the thinking that has emerged in different parts of the crypto community and some of the thinking that has been going on for a long time outside. First question is, what can we learn about governance from our experiences with DAOs so far, right? The reason why I think DAOs are fascinating is that DAOs are this real world ground for governance experimentation that has been around for a few years now. It's also experienced a lot of real challenges, and DAOs have had to deal with pretty significant numbers of people. They've had to deal with pretty significant amounts of money, often even hostile groups of people in a lot of cases. And so I think anyone who is interested in this question of how do we govern and make collective decisions, particularly in online communities, may potentially have a lot to learn from some of these experiments that have already quietly been happening for the last few years now, right? So just to give some more detailed ideas on this, one aspect of this is formal governance, right? So DAOs tend to have pretty sophisticated protocols for making formal decisions. So they have different kinds of voting schemes. Often they have coin voting, and I've been very publicly critical of coin voting in a lot of cases. Sometimes they have other forms of coin voting. Sometimes their votes have a lot of detailed structure to them, like there's a delegation, there's votes that have some kind of mandatory minimum delay before the result gets implemented. There's quorum systems where a few people can vote in favor of something, but then if other people vote against it, then it escalates and it goes up to more people. And that's a really interesting mechanic for allowing fairly non-controversial decisions to pass through without wasting too many people's time, but still allowing the really important decisions to get more scrutiny if enough people show up to oppose them at the beginning. So a lot of different ideas and a lot of different responses to those formal governance ideas that we've already seen in the wild, right? So what can we learn from those? What do those imply to anyone trying to implement any kind of democratic online community today? And then together with formal governance, another flip side to this is communication, right? So formal governance and actually doing a vote is only ever the last step. Before that last step, there's all of these other steps that have to do with basically trying to coordinate people before the formal governance step happens. And if the communication step works really well, then everyone collaborates and everyone generates proposals that almost everyone agrees on, and it should not even matter that much what the formal governance approach is, right? And there's many different kinds of communication, like there's social media, there's dedicated community forums, there's long form asynchronous forums, there's discords, there's in-person meetups, there's newer and innovative ideas like Polis. And we've seen a lot of these different ones tried, and I think there's a lot of research to be done in terms of like which ones are more effective, which ones are less effective. Attacks, lots of DAOs have been attacked. And then impact of incentives on governance, right? So this includes, internal incentives. There's also external incentives, right? So there's one example of an interesting situation is last year when the Gitcoin DAO got a whole bunch of Akita coins, where Akita is one of these DAO coins, and there's a big negotiation between the Akita DAO community and the Akita community and the Gitcoin DAO community, and some of the interplay between those, right? So what happens when these communities that have particularly like open and transparent governance end up interacting with each other? Might systems that have open internal governance be at a disadvantage against closed ones? And the flip side is, might systems with open internal governance be more able to cooperate with other communities that also have open internal governance, right? This is one of these ideas that the less wrong cool kids sometimes call functional decision theory, where one of the many ways of summarizing it is basically that it's actually possible to cooperate in many more situations like prisoner's dilemmas, where the two participants basically have some level of ability to read each other's minds, right? Which is basically what you get when you have two communities that are both openly governed in some way. And then, the other flip side of that is, of course, kind of different kinds of outside pressure from, actors that are more distant or even less benevolent in some way. And then the flip side question is like, what can DAOs learn from other examples of not online community governance? Question 2, how do we think about trade-offs between openness and preserving community values? So I think this is an important question, particularly in the context of the SPF situation, right? And in general, in the context of just crypto communities and their challenges repelling scammers and other kinds of bad actors, right? Because on the one hand, the crypto space stands for openness and decentralization and permissionlessness and allowing anyone to participate. But on the other hand, there's definitely a lot of people or some specific groups of people that really do provide negative value to communities and to outsiders, and where there is broad consensus in theory that we want to find some ways of excluding them, right? And the question is like, what are good filters and what layer of an ecosystem is responsible, right? Like if the base layer or if the consensus layer is censorship resistant, so like, does that mean that the community as a whole needs to have some kind of ethos of being non-judgmental toward everything? Or, might it mean that there are other layers that do need to pick up the slack in certain ways? Examples from non-crypto internet communities, right? So Mastodon is an instructive one. Mastodon, the software, fully permissionless, nothing in the code prevents, even like internet Nazis, for example, from setting up their own Mastodon communities. But at the same time, Mastodon as a community, which is like to some extent distinct from Mastodon as a technology, has some internal norms that basically try to coordinate to exclude those kinds of groups and sort of disconnect them from the rest of the bubble, right? So what can we learn from those kinds of things? Can they be good? Can they be bad? Are there ways to learn from successes and failures there? Question 3, this is more on the math side, right? Are there any major basic economic primitives other than quadratic voting and funding and harbinger taxes? So one point of comparison, right, is layer 2 scaling, right? So for people who have been following crypto for a long time, there's this concept of channels, there's concept of plasma, there's this concept of rollups. And I think, unfortunately, this hasn't been like fully formalized in a paper yet or anything like that, I think. But like by about 2020, there was this strong intuitive feeling that where the Ethereum scaling community has roughly systematized the entire space of layer 2 scaling protocols, right? And the systematization is pretty simple. If there are n transactions on layer 2, how much data goes on the layer 1? If there's 0, it's a channel. If there's O of 1, it's a plasma. If there's O of n, it's a rollup. And that's pretty exhaustive. And we know a lot of the properties that channels can have, properties that channels can't have, properties where plasmas can improve on channels, properties that plasmas can't have, and we know that rollups can do pretty much anything, right? So the question is, can we try to create a similar systematization for economic mechanisms in the spirit of quadratic voting and Harburger taxes, and basically figure out, is there some important third mechanism? Is there a fourth mechanism? Can we try to create an exhaustive categorization of some kind? And, can we try to create some kind of grand unified theory that either gives us more mechanisms or tells them that or tells us that basically anything looks like, either some form of quadratic voting or some form of Harburger tax? How do we actually do measurement of correlations or links between people, right? This is my last question. So a lot of the fancy new radical mechanism design that we've seen, it involves some notion of correlation coefficient, right? It involves this philosophy that we count agreement more if that agreement comes from sources that are diverse. So if A and B agree on something, that counts for more if A and B are distant than if A and B are very close, right? This is one of the ideas in the Soulbound paper, for example. This is one of the ideas in pairwise quadratic voting based, and it makes a lot of intuitive sense, right? Like, I think most people here would be much more willing to trust something if, let's say, a US left-leaning person and a US right-leaning person and a Chinese person and someone who just woke up after being frozen for 300 years after his life in Mongolia all agreed that it's true. Then if, let's say, 4 people who grew up in the exact same private school agree that it's true, right? But so it's a good insight and it's powerful, but the question is, like, what are some very practical and maximally non-exploitable way of actually measuring this, right? And this is something that I think Soulbound token paper tried to get a little bit into. The pairwise quadratic funding tries to do it in a more kind of like endogenous way, but what are some really specific ways of trying to do this? Like, we have popes, we have different ways of measuring identity. Like, what's one specific way, and can we make sure that it's not exploitable, right? So those are some questions, and I hope, they're interesting to people. I hope they can stimulate some thought and discussion, and excited to see what people here come up with.
Thank you for sending that talk in, Vitalik. Next up, we have Luke.
Hi, everyone. So I'm going to be talking about open questions in bridging systems. Bridging systems are a generalization of the idea of bridging-based ranking, which you may have heard of. It's essentially the hypothesis that ranking content more highly in a recommender system, that when in some sense bridges divides between people, that's a good thing for democracy, for plurality, for social cohesion. And this is very much joint work with Aviv Ovadya, and it also builds on the work of Jonathan Shrey, who's done work on depolarizing recommender systems, and Jonathan's here as well today. So I'm going to start with a story which is completely uncited and made up, but somewhat plausible. So in the human ancestral environment, conflicts between tribe members would have been mediated by an elder or similarly respected figure who would articulate frames and perspectives which serve to blunt any innate tendencies towards outrage or contempt. The role they performed would be one of bridging, increasing mutual understanding and trust across divides, and creating space for productive conflict deliberation and cooperation. The bridging property is one that is arguably missing from or lacking in many modern communication systems, particularly recommender systems on social media, most of which primarily seek to maximize attention or engagement. So over the past year, Aviv and I have been thinking about how we can sort of provide a general framework for informing how we can go about building bridging into existing systems that allocate human attention, and enumerating many of the interesting open problems. So I'll be talking about that today. Oops. So in our framework, bridging is a property of what we call attention allocators. It's something that comes in degrees, and attention allocators can be more or less bridging. I'll give you 3 examples of systems which we view as attention allocators, or can be modeled as attention allocators. The first is inhuman facilitated deliberative bodies, such as citizen assemblies. The second is online collective response systems, such as Polis. And the third are recommender systems on social media. And all these systems, in some way, can be viewed as systems for allocating human attention. And they share a common framework, which is that they start with a set of potential attention events. That is, they start with, or they consider some set of possible ways of allocating some finite resource, such as positions within a recommender system ranking, or our own human first-person attention. And for each of those possible ways or allocations, they predict the impacts of allocating that attention resource in a certain way. They have some formal or qualitative value model of how to aggregate and trade off those various impacts against one another. And then they use that sort of aggregate measure of attention worthiness to select what attention events actually take place. And this framework is useful because it makes it very clear what needs to happen to incorporate bridging incentives into these systems. Fundamentally, you need to care about bridging, which means you have to include bridging impacts and give them sufficient weight within your value model. To do that, you need to be making the impacts about bridging in the first place. So you need to predict bridging impacts. And to do that, you probably need some models of the state of relationships in a population and how be able to predict based on, or if a given attention event occurs, how those relationships will change over time. I'm just going to whiz through some of the open problems that this raises and hopefully give you a sense of how many interesting questions there are, many of them probably PhD worthy. So the first set of open problems relates to the model of relationships in a population that you're using. When we don't prescribe any particular type of model, but two common variants are graph-based and space-based models, as shown here. There's questions about how we elicit the data for such models. Most online platforms at the moment currently elicit data based on engagement from users, so measurable behaviors such as clicks, etc. It's not clear whether this data is sufficient for bridging. Does it capture the right kinds of characteristics of human relationships which we care about to sort of improve social cohesion or reduce destructive conflict? There might be other elicitation methods required. There's the problem of if you're trying to understand the impact of showing someone something, you have to show it to them and see what happens. And so your system of measuring the world also changes the world. And if you're doing this at scale, you might need to account for that somehow. There's questions about whether we should model people as clustered into discrete groups or whether we represent them as individuals in some more continuous space, and whether either of those approaches is more appropriate in different contexts. And there's also open questions about the fundamental limitations of such models. So for example, in my PhD work, I've shown that certain preference profiles are just fundamentally unable to be represented by a spatial model if that spatial model is too low dimensional. And there may be other sort of fundamental hard constraints on whether these models are sort of capable of expressing the relationships between people that we would like them to. The second set of open questions relates to how you characterize the sort of health of relationships in a population. So you don't need to worry too much about the details of this table, but this is a big survey of metrics for polarization based on sort of formal models that were on the previous slide. And there's significant questions about whether any of the existing metrics for polarization that have been proposed are appropriate to serve as something that can be optimized. Most optimizing for many of them would simply reduce all opinions to a single point, which is probably not what we want. We need to understand which are valid or how to align them with the type of social cohesion or lack of polarization that we are interested in. We need to understand the computational complexity of them. Are they able to be sort of deployed at scale in a large social network? Do they provide numbers which are comparable across contexts, across countries, between platforms, that kind of thing. A more ad hoc approach to bridging is to use heuristics to identify content which is in some sense bridging divides. A common one is the sort of diverse approval heuristic, where that's the idea that if two people who would normally disagree about something are agreeing about something or endorsing or supporting it, then that's a strong signal of content that is bridging divides. But there's others. We have very little information about how valid these are, whether they actually sort of causally are related to an improvement in human relationships that we care about. We are not sure how common these are in practice. If we were to prioritize ranking each of these highly in a recommender system, would there be enough examples to make a meaningful difference? To what extent does incentivizing them or adding them to the value model of a recommender system incentivize people to create more of them? An economic way of framing that would be something like, what is the value model elasticity of social cohesion for a given heuristic? And to what extent are these valid across contexts where human relationships and things like approval or endorsement online might be expressed differently? Finally, it's important to recognize that attention allocators exist in a sort of stack of optimizers. They themselves optimize for value according to their own intrinsic definition of attention worthiness, but they use models that are optimized for accuracy. They're built by people optimizing for their own interests and the interests of their stakeholders, and they're used by people who are optimizing for their own ends. So there's questions related to how these systems could be abused, what might be unwanted side effects of bridging, whether things like optimizing for the diverse approval heuristic might be unethical because perhaps it only sort of highlights mainstream ideas and silences marginal voices. So yeah, lots of open questions there. There's a lot of momentum behind this work. It was covered in the Washington Post a few days ago. If you go to that website, you'll find the whole working paper and that big survey of polarization metrics I measured earlier. If you're interested in any of this, please come and talk to Aviv or myself. Thanks.
Thanks, Luke. Next up, we have Glen.
Thanks, everyone. So I don't really consider myself an economist now, and if people try to call me that, I'm a little embarrassed. But nonetheless, that's where I come from. And everyone's going to be asked to fill out this form with field you identify with. So I guess I have to fit into there. So I'm going to try to branch out from some pretty classical things that economists think about to talk about how we might address those types of problems in the context of a plural frame. So let me start from the micro and then zoom out to the macro and then eventually the meta. It's a very standard problem in economics, which inspired a lot of my work, is called mechanism design. The basic idea here is you've got a bunch of selfish people pursuing their interests. How do you change the environment so that they work towards a common good? And that's not quite the frame that plurality takes, right? In plurality, there aren't really these atomistic, selfish individuals. There are these people who are at the intersection of a variety of different social groups, and their motives are driven by the motives of those social groups. And so the problem is less one of aligning individuals with the common good and more one of when you have people who are socially distant from each other, and that social distance leads them to come into conflict, how do you create sort of a facilitation or mechanisms that both allow them to maintain those social differences? That's sort of the corresponding version of allowing people freedom within the individualistic frame, and at the same time provide them a reason to cooperate with each other, which is kind of the bridging thing that Luke was just talking about. And I think we're just starting to explore what a formalism for writing down that problem might look like. I think it involves concepts like subsidiarity instead of the standard sort of monotonicity conditions that exist in mechanism design. I think it involves sort of self-identification of affiliations and ties by collections of people rather than revelations of individual preferences by individuals. But I think this is one of the really core concepts. If you want to start producing things that are in the spirit of quadratic voting or whatever, but that are relevant for a pluralistic world, you need a way to write down these plural versions of these mechanism design problems. Okay, let me get one level away from just fundamental theory to something that's a little bit more applied. So there's two mechanisms that I've been quite involved in developing for rethinking property. And they're in some ways like polar opposites of each other, though they share one really important property. So one of these is soul-bound tokens. These are, to a first approximation, property that can't be transferred. To a second approximation, they're property that's transferred only with the consent of a community that you're a part of, a personalized community that you're a part of. So these don't have a lot of the problems that like a private property ownership of an NFT would have. They don't have speculation. They don't have like a lot of these things that people worry about with NFTs. There's another opposite extreme thing, however, that also doesn't have speculation, which is called a Harburger token. This is one where you self-assess a price, you pay a tax based on that price, and anyone can buy it from you at the self-assessed price. So the first one can't be transferred. It's like hyper non-marketized. And the second one is like more marketized than private property is, right? It's like you have to transfer it. It's constantly being transferred, right? So, but both of them share the feature that like ownership is not really individual, it's social in some sense, and the feature that they don't encourage speculation. In the first case, because you can't transfer it, and so therefore you can't benefit from speculation. In the second case, because you're paying a tax on the value that's getting speculated on, so it offsets your incentive to want the thing to appreciate. And so it seems to me that there's like some kind of a spectrum here, and maybe that's, those are not the only two endpoints. Maybe there's other things floating around, but it seems to me there's actually like a whole space of plural, property designs that bridge between these and that have properties that are maybe closer in feeling to private property, but like kind of strictly dominate them in terms of a lot of the things that we'd want, and that may be like a solution to getting past some of the boundaries to adoption of both of these two possibilities, and maybe could relate to various pre-Western colonial property practices that existed in a variety of societies. A third question is getting a little bit more to the macro level. So if you believe the arguments around quadratic funding, if you believe the notion that lots of things are kind of plural or network or public goods or whatever and should not be funded primarily by private profit-seeking things, but by some kind of collective support for provision of a common good, then your first instinct is, oh, well, we should get towards a world where governments are providing a bunch of matching funds to things like Kevin's downtown stimulus, and that's how we should be providing lots of support. Maybe we should be running industrial policy, for example, not by having government gives grants to winners, but there's some democratic process of allocating funds across different things. So that sounds appealing, and I'm pretty confident that if you wrote it down in the right way, an economic model would say that's a superior way to run an economic system. But it immediately leads to the question of, so you have a bunch of different countries, they're all doing this. What does a trade agreement look like? Current liberal trade order is we sign an agreement, we knock down all of our subsidies, everyone's left to the capitalist system. And that's kind of what's it called? Cutting off your foot to spite your toes or whatever. It's like you're destroying the very foundation of potentially increasing returns phenomena so that nobody gets unfair advantage from it, right? The natural alternative is maybe something more like a Marshall Fund, where countries agree to fund cross-cutting infrastructure that benefits collaborations across those countries and to both contribute to a fund for that rather than to knock down their subsidies within country. And I think that's totally fascinating, and what kind of a macroeconomic international system would look that was built on plural principles rather than on neoliberal principles, I think is really interesting. And then finally, to the meta level, my aspiration for this community is that we become something kind of like a professional association. We become a, like a kind of an equivalent of the American Economic Association or ACM, that we have journals, that we have prizes, that we have fun, all the things that make it possible for those organizations to have kind of power and to empower young people to have a career in that area. But we don't want to do it in the ways that we think suck, that's the whole point, right? We want to do something like the same function in a way that is consistent with our principles and shows the world better ways of doing things and so forth. There's all kinds of interesting tensions there between like personalizing things, but also wanting to create common knowledge, bridging, but also creating subfields so people can, et cetera. They're the bread and butter of these plural things. And like I hope will be a community that shows and not just tells the world about those technologies. So I hope some of you will consider attending tomorrow unconference session I'm going to do on plural infrastructure for the Plurality Institute. Yeah, thank you so much, and thanks for everyone for being here. It's such an honor.
Thank you, Glenn. Next up, we have Primavera.
Thank you. Okay. So today I want to discuss about how we can use digital technology, perhaps in particular blockchain technology, in order to be a catalyst for new modalities of coordination. And the spelling is actually important. So the question is essentially how we use technology, how can we leverage technology in order to create a more open, decentralized, pluralistic society, which actually incentivizes more cooperation rather than competition. And just to begin perhaps with like an important observation, which is that when we talk about plurality, plurality can be both a source of competition to the extent that we have a greater number of actors that are trying to acquire a particular set of resources or which are trying to achieve a particular outcome. And so this can generate in some case some kind of zero-sum game where there is winners and losers, and therefore people end up competing in order to be the winners. At the same time, of course, plurality can also be a source of cooperation insofar as those multiple actors can also realize that there is a benefit in coordinating themselves and aggregating forces in order to create a system that is stronger than the sum of its parts, and that will then compete as an individual entity into a broader ecosystem. And so the thing is that when we look about the way in which the internet, the cyberspace, and the general ideology that also blockchain community have somehow adopted, there is a strong focus on the question of independence and autonomy, and the idea of creating a new system that is exiting from the existing systems in order to fit better the needs and the preference of people. And then if we don't like that new system, it's no problem because anyone can create yet another system. And so there is this focus on exit-based governance, which of course creates a plurality of different systems, each one with their own idiosyncrasy, but at the same time is also potentially creating competition between those systems. And so perhaps an alternative lens is to actually think not in terms of independence, but rather in terms of interdependence. And once we adopt this interdependent mindset, then we can no longer focus only and exclusively on the notion of exit, but instead we need to think in a more common-based approach because it becomes fundamental to identify ways to govern and to manage those resources that we are mutually dependent upon. And so all these interconnectedness and these interdependence actually generate new modalities for co-opetition, where a variety of plural actors decide to cooperate with one another in order to create a system which is stronger and which enable this form of cooperation inside and competition outside. And so what happens is that the people that choose to cooperate with one another eventually compete with those that choose not to cooperate within this broader ecosystem. And perhaps Wikipedia is one of the most interesting and perhaps successful example of this, which has shown that once there is sufficient gravitational force around the cooperative model, then it becomes very difficult, if not impossible, to compete with this system. And the most rational thing to do is therefore to start cooperating as well into this cooperative model. Now, the problem with Wikipedia is that it works in practice, but not in theory. This is a popular saying amongst Wikipedians. And the reason is that for some reason it managed to escape from the tragedy of the commons, which relates to free riding and to the under-provision or the over-exploitation of resources, which often affects a variety of common-based resources. And so while this model seems to have worked well in practice for Wikipedia, it might be difficult to transpose it and to extrapolate it to many other fields of activities. And so that's where blockchain technology could perhaps come to the rescue by providing this system of incentivization that ensure that there is enough contribution to this common infrastructure, and also prevent overexploitation by requiring that people expand tokens in order to access the service. And so we can then create this common-based infrastructure that is scalable, that is elastic, and that is not subject to free riding. Now, the problem is that as opposed to Wikipedia, many of those blockchain systems, they work in theory, but not in practice. This is actually not such a popular saying, but it is nonetheless worth analyzing in the sense that blockchain technology is indeed, as many other technology, it's a double-edged sword. In the sense that, on the one hand, it enabled those new modalities for collective actions, which is based on peer-to-peer collaboration, common-based production, and therefore enabled those new types of distributed cooperation. But at the same time, it also enabled a different types of collective action, which is more based on market-driven coordination, on economics and speculation, which essentially exacerbates the competition that we already find in many of our existing market systems. And so, while, of course, blockchain has the potential for both, we can see that there is somehow this dominant bias towards creating plurality of systems, like a variety of new tokens and ICO and NFT collections, which eventually are a source of competition among each other instead of actually using this plurality as a source of cooperation. And then this is even more evident when we look at all the system of like the new dreams and promises that blockchain technology and generally digital online community are providing, which is really focused on this opt-in participation and exit-based governance. And of course, the most salient example of all this, like I cannot not talk about this, is the network state, which is a concept that was popularized recently by Balaji with his new book, which defines it as highly aligned online communities with the capacity for collective action, which are crowdfunding territories around the world to gain diplomatic recognition from other states. So this is interesting to the extent that it does clearly enable a whole new variety of plurality by creating those different types of states and nation states that coexist. But because it is focused on this exit-based system, it is actually creating competition amongst nation state and network state and among multiple network states. And so, again, we can see how in this context, plurality is used and leveraged as a source of competition rather than as a source of cooperation. So for lack of a better word, this is like a proposition. So this is a work that we're doing with some people that are trying to actually provide an alternative narrative for the network state that is based on this more common-based approach as opposed to exit-based approach. And so coordinations are voluntary communities of value-aligned individuals with a common yet implicit agenda for a shared societal vision, which have a collective identity that is constituted through self-sovereignty and self-determination, and which exists alongside other nation states, while introducing those new layers of sovereignty to all those domains that are not inherently territorial. And so, again, just like the network state, it also enables a whole new plurality of systems through these additional and overlapping layers of sovereignty. But as opposed to the network state, because it is not based on exit, but rather acknowledge the interdependencies, then it actually encourages or fosters cooperation amongst different coordinations and actual nation states in order to enable a more local or global governance. And so, again, the idea here is, of course, not to exit from the nation state, but rather to recognize the role of the nation state as landlords, which are responsible for public infrastructure, public safety, law enforcement, while acknowledging that there can be a plurality of alternative governance structure which exist on top, layered on top of the nation state, which are responsible for the collective governance and the shared use of common resources that are non-territorial in nature. And so this is, of course, a huge work in progress, but essentially the idea is that we need to counteract the mimetic land grab of the network state and create alternative narrative, alternative visions that do not necessarily focus on the state as the institution, but rather on the nation as the collective identity, and that do not focus on the exit-based governance, but rather on common-based governance. And so we're still trying to find what's the right name for it, so please help us. And just to conclude, so when we are thinking, especially when we're moving towards a more plurality and pluralistic society, it is important to find ways in which we can constantly acknowledge the existence of interdependencies and foster more system of interoperability amongst those pluralistic systems so that we can actually make sure that plurality is actually used as a source of coordination and cooperation rather than a source of competition. Thank you.
Thanks, Primavera. Next up, we have James Evans.
I'm going to set a gentle chime for myself at 10. This has been such a weird gathering. I've experienced a lot of confusion, and I'm going to try to amp that up for you today. So I'm a sociologist. I'm interested in collective knowing and knowledge and the limits of that. I'm going to talk about plurality, diversity, and disconnection. And I'm at the University of Chicago and Santa Fe Institute. So plurality, I'm rendering, at least for myself, as distributed and decentralized cognition, engagement, exchange, where machines complement and loosely integrate humanity and nature, and the problems or challenges are kind of care and cultivation of diversity in the system. I see this other pole as the least interesting in some ways, as on the continuum, a singularity of centralized machines that accelerate and supersede humanity with existential challenges of control. I see this as unlikely, at least in my human time scale, but this singularity I see as a really meaningful pole that we should think about plurality in contraposition with. So massively networked humanity that collapses to singular values, singular standards, with an evolutionary failure to adapt to emerging challenges. And I think this is much closer. We've seen diversity collapse in other domains. We see a collapse of playlists and usage over the internet. We see language extinction with social contact. We see biological extinctions occur at massive levels with ecological contact between systems. So this is much more likely. And we see it also in the context of science. This is a place that I've looked at systematically where as fields grow, we have an exponential decline in the likelihood that new things enter the canon of the conversation. So this is one other pole against which we need to kind of explore and lean into plurality. And the other is polarity, right? Where we've got separated, but centralized and disconnected, often effectively disconnected, which is desiring to disconnect connections where machines become weaponized in battles for control, and diversity really becomes erased in these battles over singular or group-level identities. And this is highly likely. We see it manifesting, and we see institutions like Wikipedia, was just mentioned last time, that can fight against it through balancing some of these diversities. One of the things we've looked at is how political diversity in the context of contributions ends up being systematically associated with quality of posts in these spaces. And in a poster session by Jinsol Kim in my lab, we look at vigilante misinformation checking on the web. What happens is typically when people are slapped with a fact check online and Twitter, they end up, that's the moment at which they're the most diverse in their information seeking, and their slapping causes them to retreat back into their bubble. So it does the opposite of kind of spanning them out. Whereas a balanced system like Birdwatch, which has been renamed to something like people will know, community opinions or whatever it is, It uses a diversity balance system, and it systematically does the opposite. It actually draws people to search out and consume information that's more broad. So I'm going to talk about some desiderata, some open problems that I think are critical in thinking about plurality against these two poles, which is building a real science of diversity and connectivity that facilitates sustainable diversity in these systems. It's inspired by biological phenomena like hybrid vigor, which requires distance between populations such that genetic interaction between those populations become possible. It's inspired by science, where abduction or surprise systematically is associated with advance. So this is kind of like over historical time, science is reaching further and further to solve their problems with other sciences. Or if you predict the most likely next thing that's going to be discovered, then you take the inverse of that, and that is the best ex-ante predictor of attention in the system. So these are surprise-driven systems, and those surprises come systematically not from unusual individuals, but from unusual groups, from expeditions of groups of people from one part of the space who solve problems by people in other parts of the space. And we see this also in the context of reproduction and replication. More diversity in the system, both social diversity and methodological diversity, is systematically associated with the likelihood that things will replicate out of the experimental system in which they were discovered. So this is my class of questions that I think are steps towards a science of sustainable plurality and sustainable diversity. So 1 is discovering diversity. 2 is coordinating diversity. 3 is thinking about and discovering, kind of coaching or cultivating novel diversities and designing diversity. This is kind of a new vision or a vision for thinking about AI, not as artificial, but as kind of alien or alternative intelligence. And also theorizing connection and connectivity with dynamic measurements and incorporation for plurality. And I'll speak a little bit less about that given the limits of time here. So the first program is discovering diversity, to seek out new life and civilizations, new values, new objectives, and new contexts, really surveying the space of cognitive, perceptual, material, kind of human capacity, experiential identity differences that exist in the world such that we can understand how to conserve them for benefit. We can discover them through disagreements, like using jury learning systems and doing prediction in ways that conflicts with one another, through disconnection, things that should connect but they're not connecting, and through adversarial direct search, like reinforcement learning, where we're just systematically learning biases from folks in the system. A second thing is about coordinating optimal diversity given the space of diversities. How can we figure out the range of diversities that matter for a class of problems? I've looked at this in the context of teams and fields, but there are many, many other contexts that these are relevant. And it suggests questions like, how does collective size of the community matter? It does matter in the team context. How does it matter in these other contexts? How does collective structure matter? So hierarchical nature of these structures dramatically influences the diversity of the outcomes. How does the composition matter? Not just the range or the diversity across the space, but also really even the tiling of expertise across these spaces has dramatic implications for how it is that diversity gets activated. How is randomness incorporated, like aleatory diversity? It turns out that in many contexts it ends up destabilizing what are otherwise kind of locked-in collective positions. And realizing that not all diversity is equal. These are kind of algorithmic evolutionary experiments that discover that very different kinds of diversity are relevant for very different kinds of tasks in these spaces. So this assembling optimal diversities leads us to think about the importance of conserving diversities for assemblage. Like if we network all the communities, then we've got the risk of collapse into a singular space that basically destroys all the potential energy and potential difference that's available. A third approach is coaching diversity. So, if assemblage is about found diversity, coaching is about cultivated diversity. So how do we think about revisioning a kind of a science of skill and learning that transcends the notion of universal additivity, where everything doesn't decrease the value of other experiences and expertise? right? So if we understand that certain ideas and ways of thinking and skills end up decreasing the value of others, then we can really start to optimize the way in which we skill and cultivate difference and specialization. And this facilitates ways of thinking about machine teaching and machine translation. Fourth, designing diversity that increases collective capacity. So what kind of AI do we want? Do we want an AI that kind of paints a bullseye on the back of human capacity that really is focused on basically human moves or human outcomes? Or do we want to think about building something that thinks complementary or in a complementary way to kind of human capacity? And one example is a recent system that we developed to kind of maximize the prediction of discovery in a number of material science and pharmacological cases, which you can do by taking into account where people are in this space, such that virtually all of our predictions end up being true. I mean, we're predicting kind of who is going to discover what function or property of certain materials in these spaces. But this is a scoop machine. Like, this is totally uninteresting to the community. All you're going to do as a function of this system is destroy the capacity of individuals on whose data you're building this answer. And you can invert this, basically, to kind of systematically move outside the system to triage, right, or arbitrage against these high-dimensional holes in expertise space and discover things that would never be discovered or asked by people as a function of the diversity of their experience. And this pushes us to rethink the problem of AI as a control problem to a problem that Alison Goplik and Patricia Churchland have reframed as a care problem. How do we cultivate diverse capacities? My time is so up. So I'm going to close it down just by saying, hey, we also need to measure diversity, and we can't reduce those measurements to low-dimensional measurements. It turns out the graph measurements, they systematically miss the fact that groups are hyper-edges. They're high-dimensional edges, and measuring them in these high-dimensional ways fundamentally change the way in which we think about spread. And we need to move from metrics to models and from discrete to continuous spaces to measure not only what's connecting, but the probability of connections that are going to be made, right, according to these spaces. So, and then everyone else has talked about incorporating these things into certainty and whatever else. It's over, but there we go. Thanks so much, and I look forward to chatting. Thanks, sorry.
Thanks, James. Next up, Mike.
Okay. I think all conferences should be organized within biking distance of my house. All right, so, oops, there we go. What happened? All right. So I'm going to start my talk with a question. It sounds like a discussion table question. What's wrong with this picture? Of course, one thing that's wrong is the font is too small, but so many of you will have your own answers to this. My answer is that this looks very machine learning-ish without anything else, no other context. So this is federated learning. It's a problem of imagining you want to build a big central model and you don't have enough data, and data's can't be captured all in one place. So you go out to the edge and you flow all the data in, and you worry about the bit rate and the streaming, and you worry about just sending, mask gradients and so on. So a very computer science perspective. But in real life, there's a whole economic model that's implicit here, that's not being made explicit, okay? About, well, who has this data? What value do they have in the data? What problem is being solved? The implicit assumption is that building the big central model is going to be good for everybody, but that's implicit. Why should I care to participate? And even if I do care, maybe someone else sitting next to me is sending similar data to me. Why can't I just free write off of them and not have to worry about privacy issues? And so on and so forth. All right, so there's all these implicit economic problems that aren't even being faced at all or formalized in any language. Okay, so in real life, these nodes are often people, not always, or organizations, and their data just can't be thought in terms of bits, okay? There's values associated with the data. And yes, privacy is an issue, and you want to protect it. And this model, in some sense, has a nod in the direction of privacy because things are held at the nodes and not everything is sent centrally. But that's too weak for me. And moreover, privacy is something I may want to trade off. I might want to give more data if I get more value out of the overall exercise. If you're studying a disease that runs in my family and building a central model of cancer, I'm all in. If, for other purposes, maybe not. And I want some control over all of that. All right. Moreover, computer science is always, or often, in my generation at least, have been about connecting people. And then, Zuckerberg made that into a business model. But that's really not enough. And I think people in this room are very, very aware of that. Okay, so people often value their data. Data is a good. It's not just something to be streamed. And they may want to reveal aspects of their data if they get commensurate benefits. So that's more of an economics perspective. All right, so one of the tenor of this talk is that machine learning people really know precious little economics of any kind, whether old-fashioned kind or Glenn-style economics. But economics people know precious little about learning and data. They assume everything, they call it Bayesian when you assume everything is already known. All right, so there are actually really simple opportunities to be brought by taking some of the counterbalancing and building disciplines that kind of bring these two things together. It won't solve everything, but boy, it's kind of surprising how much you could do. All right, so here's a real world example. So I have teamed up with someone who's a friend of mine, Steve Stout. He's a legendary hip hop artist or hip hop producer, cultural figure, icon, very smart person. He's the CEO of a company called United Masters, and I'm on the board and been a scientific advisor. It's at the end of the day a market creating exercise. And the observation was that music is completely broken these days. You would have thought that it's not at all. Everyone's listening. Everyone's making more music than ever before in history by a factor of 100 if you just look at the data. And more listening is going on than ever before in history. So you'd think there's a flourishing ecosystem market, whatever you want to call it here, that people are making money and a lot of young people are empowered and all, and it's just not true. There's a few people making billions and most other people are left out. All right, so here's another fact, which is that if you look at the music listened to today in any city of the United States, 95% of it was made in the last 6 months and made by someone you never heard of, 95%. So we all think that everyone's listening to the Beatles or Beyonce and all, it's just not true. And who are these people making the music? Well, they're 16-year-olds, 18-year-olds, and 20-year-olds, mostly, okay? And this is what they do, and this is what they, how they socialize. They share things. It's really an important cultural thing. And you got to respect that culture if you're going to kind of engage with it, all right? So the idea that Steve had, and that I helped him execute, was that think of the musicians not just as source of bits. Nowadays, they stream if they make a great song, they'll stream it to SoundCloud. Spotify will grab it, and they'll stream it to you and me, and then Spotify wonders how to make some money. And they probably do a subscription or advertising-based model, and you all know where that goes. All right, so instead, the first step here is just to make it really into a producer-consumer sort of situation, where each of the artists, anybody who's making music, you or me, and let me just say there's already now about 3 million people who have signed up with United Masters, so this is not a small thing. If you're making music, at the end of the week you see a dashboard, which is like a map of, say, the United States, and you see a dot every time one of your songs has been listened to, and you can see that, oh my goodness, in Akron, Ohio, I'm popular for who knows what reason. Someone liked me, told their friends, and 10,000 people listen to my songs. So I say, hey, venue owners, notice that. Why don't you invite me? I'll go give a show. I'll make $20,000. I do that 3 times during a year. There's a salary. You're not Beyonce. You're not making billions, but there's a salary, and this is actually happening to this day. Now, this is a multi-way market. Markets can be very creative, and Steve is a creative person, so he knows the people in the NBA. He's friends with LeBron and so on. So he went to them, and he signed a contract with the NBA. Used to be that when you would watch a clip of the NBA and you hear some music behind it, that was Beyonce or Kanye or whatever, and huge amounts of money was paid to those people. Now, it's United Masters artists. You go there, you're going to hear something from a 16-year-old, and the 16-year-old's going to get paid, and that's happening in this moment. 2 million people are actually getting salaries from these things. And it's, of course, a market. These people now know who's listening to them. Brands get interested. They actually start to give money to individual artists. The artists say, I'll come play your daughter's wedding because I know you like me, $20,000, and so on. Okay, so this is happening right now. And so is this trivial? Well, obviously not. I wouldn't be bragging about it if it were. It's not trivial. It's trivial. It's non-trivial both as a sociological phenomenon, and as a business model, but also behind this is actually data science, market making, machine learning meets economics. Okay, there was non-trivial to work all that out. Okay, This could be done for all kinds of learning-aware markets, and it could be obviously done in Brazil, could be done in Africa, could be done in China, but also could be done with other kind of goods that are information-based goods. I could sell my knowledge about things. I could write articles, So it's something like the creator economy, and it's trying to make kind of a real technical field that supports that. The actual machine learning being used for market making, being used for connecting people who have value to give to other people. Okay, so open problems, there's just tons of them. I'm a technical person, so I want to prove theorems and design algorithms and deploy them. And so here's just, I'm not going to go through any of them. I just want to mention one of them on this slide, which is information asymmetries. And so you've heard incentives today. There's a theory of it going back for hundreds of years in economics. Contract theory is one part of it, and auctions are the other. Auctions got grabbed by the technical people at Google and so on, and it became a money-making thing. Contracts are actually more interesting. And so you all kind of know what contracts are. On that slide, I said something about it. You can pay business class fare, and you get this service, like a little glass of wine and a bigger seat, and you're happy to pay tons of money, so the airline gets money out of that. And if you're not interested in all that stupid service, you can go in the back and pay much, much less, and you're happy. Everybody's happy, and there's a mathematics behind this. Again, it assumes that everything's known a priori, that there's distributions of all the people, and that's all known, and you design that. That's not true in many real-life problems. So just let me give you an example of a great problem. The FDA tries to figure out what drugs go to market each year. That's a huge expense. Here is the cost for clinical trials last year in the United States. So tens of millions of dollars for all the different kinds of diseases. Because you have to get 3,000 people and run the trial and so on and so forth. You all know about that for vaccines. All right, so the issue is that the FDA is trying to figure out what drugs to make a clinical trial, and then there's going to be false positives. And so you got to control all the errors here. And the whole problem is that where do the drug candidates come from? Well, they come from drug companies who have private information. Maybe this drug is maybe good, maybe it's not. They maybe know a little bit about that. But the FDA can't go to them and say, tell me if your candidate you're sending me is good or not. They're just hoping it'll leak through as a false positive and they'll make some money for some time. All right, so if you start to do mathematics with this, first of all, you can be a statistician and set up a test that has good type 1 error, type 2 error, and it could even be optimal, and they do this at the FDA. But now you can run it through some test cases. If it's a small profit situation, it might cost you $200 million to run the trial, and $200 million if approved, and for some reason the font's weird there. But you can now calculate the expected profit if it's actually not a good drug, and it's minus 10 million. So the CEO will say at the drug company, will not send any candidates unless you're really sure it's a good drug. Whereas if you could make 2 billion, more like ibuprofen, right, then even if it's not a good drug, you're going to make 80 million on expected value. So you'll send in all your counts. And this is actually more of the regime that we're in the real world. Okay, so this is contract theory. And again, the font has gotten messed up here. Microsoft. But anyway, I'm not going to get, there's a paper that we're starting with this. And you write down the agent pays a reservation price and opts in. And then you get a menu of options, service and expense. And then there's, in the middle right here, there's a statistical data is gathered. And at that point, there's some branching, and you get results depending on the branching. So it's a whole new field that needs to be done. And it could be, again, done with older economics or new economics and modern machine learning. All right, so last little comment, just to leave this slide for you to look at for a moment. These two fields are in primitive states, but if you look at them well, they are complementary faults in the two. And starting to bring them together and having that language in the middle between the technical side and the social side, I think is the agenda item for the next couple of decades.
Thank you, Michael Jordan. Next up, Michael Freedman.
Hello, it's an honor to be here. And I want to commend the audience on their endurance. I think I am the last speaker, and you can be very glad of that. It's nice to be smart, but being strong is very important. So this talk is on a connection that Glen and Mikkel Fabinger and I started exploring between plurality ideas and physics, particularly quantum mechanics. And it's really an exploration. And I just, in this first slide, tried to make a little table of concepts from plurality and quantum mechanics that you might try to align. Plurality has been defined in a number of ways by the previous speakers, and I just put a few characteristics, but it involves overlapping communities and divergent polities and ways of aggregating preferences, digressive proportionality, quadratic voting in finance, this sort of thing. And on the quantum mechanical side of things, you're always interested in building up from small groups to large, particularly in condensed matter physics, and how local interactions give global properties like ferromagnets, like iron, where the spins of the atoms align with each other, or metal oxides, like nickel oxide is an antiferromagnet, where the spins all try to anti-align with their neighbors. And sometimes that creates impossible conflicts, like the question mark up there, that vertex doesn't know whether its arrow should be up or down. Again, it's a subject of emergent properties, how a metal can become a superconductor when it's cooled. Equilibriums and ground states are very much analogous to the discussion in economics. And the thing that kind of got my attention in this is in quantum mechanics there's something called the Born rule, which is very important if you've ever studied like the double slit experiment in first year quantum mechanics. To explain it, you have to add not probabilities as you would classically, but you add complex amplitudes called probability amplitudes. And after you add them, you take the square of the result, or the norm squared, to determine the probability. And it's this norm squared that struck a resonance with the quadratic world in economics. The novel feature in quantum mechanics is that when you add these amplitudes up, they may cancel as well as reinforce because they're phases. And what phases are is you can think of the complex numbers as a plane with a real axis and the numbers as vectors in this plane. And they also have an angle in addition to a norm. And when you add complex numbers, they can partially or even totally cancel if they're angled in different directions. So I want to touch briefly on this paper that the three of us wrote, Mikhail, Glen, and I. And what we did is just as sort of an exercise. We tried to work out the simplest model. Unfortunately, the font is rather small and the formulas, I'm sure you can't read it. But what we did is we added a random phase just to do the simplest possible thing. In the intermediate step, and to remind you, in quadratic finance, you'll take contributions, you'll weight them by taking their square root, and then you add them up and square them. But now suppose you take their square roots, or do whatever the weighting function is, and before you add them up, you assign them a random phase so that they may interfere constructively or destructively with each other. You add this random phase to them before summing, and then the question is, if you follow the same procedure to determine an optimum, now it's an optimum in expectation value because these are random variables. It turns out that what you end up with is not quadratic finance, but quartic finance, a fourth power. So it turns out the optimum involves taking a fourth root and then on the outside a fourth power. And in retrospect, the explanation is very easy. Pretty much all random processes have a square root baked into them. If you ask the expectation value of a random walker from the origin, it'll be the square root of the number of steps. And that square root basically reduces the 4 to the classical 2. So we did this as an initial experiment, but it raises more questions than it answers. The question it raises is, in economics particularly, what are phases good for? They're very useful in physics, and they explain the real world. And that's what was discovered 100 years ago with the first quantum revolution. But what are they in economics? Now it says consider in microscopic font. I don't know how that happened. In microscopic font, there's a function there, which is e to the a plus tb. E to the a plus ib times time. And I wrote down this very simple example just to illustrate the difference between real and imaginary numbers when you exponentiate them. Very familiar in economics is exponential growth and exponential decay. And that's the A, that's the real part. And whether A is positive or negative determines whether you get growth or decay. The imaginary part gives a chiral evolution. It's like sine and cosine are the real and imaginary parts of the exponential e to the I theta. So that, depending on the sign, you're either turning left or right. For instance, in electrical engineering, resistance is the real part, and inductive reactance is the imaginary part. And it's very natural to combine them together because all the standard formulas like Kirchhoff's laws generalize immediately from the kind of resistance you learn about in high school to what you'd learn about in a college engineering class. And it's just worth noting that in price theory, there's also even the word resistance transfers, but I don't know whether they've turned it into inductance, because also in price theory, you should see ringing. You know, if there's some new information in the markets, not only is there a decay, but there might be a ringing, and that's kind of analogous to induction. So this talk is really about how we might model phase. What could phase be describing in the social world or in the economic world? And I knew a month ago I was going to give this talk, and I was a little worried about what I would say because I don't really know the answer to that question. So I was complaining to one of my good friends, a experimental physicist in Denmark, Charlie Marcus, that I had to say what phase meant in economics. And he said, well, maybe it's like rock, paper, scissors. And I loved that idea. So the idea here is that, and this will be on my next slide in more detail, but in ecosystems, you see a tremendous amount of diversity. If you take a shovelful of dirt, it has 1 million species in it. Of course, they're small. But if fitness was really like strength, if it was really based on a potential function, I'm stronger than you and I can beat you, and this other guy is stronger than me and he can beat me. If it was climbing up a potential hill, you'd expect a small number, tens maybe, of winners in your shovelful of dirt. You wouldn't expect millions of species to be thriving. And this is, and I think ecologists have the idea that these sort of, there are cyclical relationships, and that sort of fits in with imaginary numbers. So an example from biology is E. coli, the common gut bacteria. Some of them decide to compete with their neighbors the same way eucalyptus trees compete with other plants by poisoning them with their leaves. They produce a poison called colocin, to which they themselves are resistant. And that enables them to dominate sensitive E. coli. But some E. coli develop resistance to the colocin without the ability to produce it. And because of that efficiency, you see, there's sort of an idea that you can't be good at everything. Particularly if you're a small thing like an E. coli, you have to specialize. The metabolic costs of producing both the poison and the resistance is enough to make you less competitive than the one that only produces the resistance. So in that cyclic arrow, C beats S, beats R, beats C, and so on in a circle. So this is an example of a hierarchy which is not based on climbing a potential, but it involves a cyclical dynamic which under exponentiation could be explained by introducing imaginary numbers into the model. That's where cyclical dynamics arises. And I found a beautiful YouTube, which you might check out, YouTube video on a cellular automata simulation of these three species or subspecies interacting. And to save time, I'm just going to show you 3 frames from it. So on the left, it's some initialization. 3 rings were drawn, 3 different colors of these bacteria, and 3 slashed lines of color were put through. And that was just some random spatial initial condition for the 3 species of bacteria that beat each other cyclically. And then you just watch this movie evolve, and you see that one color eats into the next, and the color behind it eats into that color. And they tend to form these spirals. They're not all clockwise, and they're not all counterclockwise. They're sort of randomly oriented. But they evolve, and even though at any one point, the prevalence of the 3 types will vary, the spatial distribution varies. The aggregate population is more or less constant, so that confers stability. I'll just conclude by saying that my fear about plurality is that it's perhaps too complicated. You have to answer too many questions. It's like choosing between insurance policies, that it conflicts with bounded rationalities. I wonder myself, could I maintain all these social network connections? So I think we need to look for efficient and stable mechanisms where pluralistic ideas are advanced in a rational manner, and I think this rock, paper, scissors is perhaps a good start. So my question is, can plurality yield an engineered ecology of humans? Can our world be made efficient using this chain of ideas involving chiral dynamics, imaginary numbers, phases, and quantum mechanics? Thank you.
Thank you, Michael, and all of our fourth round lightning talk speakers. I also want to take a second to thank our fabulous AV team who has made this possible. That's Alex, Scott, and Dave, and Luke, who is our on-site event services manager from UC Berkeley, Fyron Forrest, our speaker manager, thank you, Fyron, and Melanie, who has been our very diligent timekeeper. So thanks all for keeping us on track. So we're gonna do a final round of discussion. We'll get the slide up. We're just gonna take 15 minutes because we're needing a little bit more time for the report back. But take 15 minutes and talk about what you think the most important questions are for the field of plurality. And go. All right. What you all been talking about?
Brief.
And just a reminder, when we do this report back, let's keep it brief because everybody wants to get happy and go to happy hour, okay?
So our group began with an interesting discussion about whether or not it would be better if politicians could explicitly trade votes within our system. And so in terms of tangible questions we explored, that might be relevant. And we all each uniquely identified one thing we thought was of essence. So I'll avoid picking winners and losers other than saying a more cohesive definition of exactly what plurality is would probably be beneficial.
Sounds like a good unconference session.
So our team looked at interdisciplinary topic, plurality as an interdisciplinary topic rather than an actual field, and how we can bring together more incentives. We looked at self-reinforcing systems, and the big thing we really discussed was how can you create sufficient traction for more cooperative distributed systems? What are some of the systems that have been successful? We thought of Bitcoin, but this has more of a pyramid scheme system that favors early participants. So how do you get people to really think about what is really engage in these alternative economic system?
Oh, sure. So in answering the most important question for the field of plurality, we decided to go meta and try to understand why we're all here today, because turns out it's really hard to come up with a definition for what plurality is. So we kind of went around in a circle, and like someone said, oh, the beauty of plurality is that it's like, it doesn't have a definition. And like, come on, you know, we're academics, come on. I know, but then we like also came up with like a thing where we're like, oh yeah, there's like, I specifically talked about how in economics, in my opinion, right, there's like 10,000 definitions for like what economics is. It's about the allocation of like a fixed set of resources. And ultimately, plurality makes the trade-off between having like a diverse set of like opinions, and we use like mathematical models to ensure that like even if it's synthetic, everyone technically has a voice, versus in more traditional decision-making bodies, we have politicians and their economic advisors who sometimes don't even have PhDs making the decisions for us. So hopefully we use like decentralization, blockchain, multi-syllabic words to basically say everyone should like have a say. So yeah.
Yeah, we had a really diverse discussion in our group, very plural, and yeah, we started with a lot of questions about how to measure plurality, how to measure power in systems, how to measure trust. We talked a lot about the tension between the cohesiveness needed for trust and the diversity that plurality brings, and people have a hard time with that diversity. We talked a lot about the value of, like, people need to value diversity in some sense for it to actually work. And how to change people's values around that. There's an interesting question raised about the sort of political view. Like, there's the kind of assumption that a lot of people in this room are leaning towards a certain part of the political spectrum, and whether that is like a problem, and if it maybe isn't true, or like, yeah, if that is something that we need to address. Yeah, what else? Yeah, can we kind of sell it as something that is neutral or something that is like good for everyone? And yeah, I think in the end there was also a really interesting question about what is the good conflict between, like, there's this, I guess, what is the goal of these systems, and there's this good conflicts and bad conflicts, and it's hard to say what is good and what is bad, but a definite kind of answer is that no conflict is not a good answer, and there should be some conflict, and like how to know what is a good conflict within the system is a big question. Yeah, I think that's it.
Our group was also trying to define plurality and
one thing we talked about was kind of this shift between thinking of individuals as atoms and capitalism or democracy as ways for individuals to come together towards collective action, and instead putting the groups more centrally and recognizing that it's that individuals are parts of intersecting groups, and it's the groups that govern collective decision making and maybe even hold the power. And so shifting our models to be more aligned with the social realities might let us create better models. We also talked about how we take some of these ideas and actually bring them into the real world. What are possible ways to transition from the systems we have now to these maybe more idealistic systems, and how to do that slowly and responsibly.
Sounds like an unconference session.
Our group moved around quite a bit on the first half. I'm not sure there was really a unifying theme. The second half, we pretty much got to the meta question of trying to come up with a working definition of plurality as well. I think our sense was that it was too cute by half to have a plurality of definitions of plurality. That I'll just speak for myself here. If by plurality we mean value pluralism, there's reason to believe about 70% of the population of the planet are monists, are not pluralists, and it would be kind of ironic to kind of shove them off to the side and say they don't get to be in the party. So I'll stop there.
Maybe I'll just do two things that we riffed on, and if I forget anything, please remind me. I think one big question was just like, okay, how much is this actually already being used? And how much could it be used? And then we discussed like who here is actually already implementing some of this. I've heard from him a bit how he has tried at least to get his team to implement at least, I think it was quadratic voting, or quadratic voting. I have certainly been a recipient of like some Gitcoin funding rounds, so we've also had some implementation here. But then we discussed like, why isn't this more broadly implemented, from a great question that came from over here. And we discussed a few reasons for why that may not be so, and how we could move to a world in which in 20 years maybe it is more broadly mainstream implemented. Many of the pluralistic funding and decision-making architectures that we discussed here. And then finally, Puja brought up the great point about what's the value of autonomy in all of this, or like how does autonomy and plurality actually like intermesh with each other. And then finally, we had kind of like the point here on how do we actually diffuse these mechanisms well into the mainstream, and does the medium by which we do that actually affect the type of plurality that we get? For example, can we do it through the metaverse or AI or whatnot, and how would that implement the different types of pluralistic systems that we may be ending up with?
We talked about what plurality is. There was some disagreement. Some people are obviously excited about the machine learning side of this. Others found that it really resonated, the concern that it's really a libertarian AI window dressing. Sorry, it's a window dressing on libertarianism. This is all actually still libertarianism, but with the minimal coordination required to pretend that it's not libertarianism. Then we debated whether it's actually practical. There were concerns about the bounded rationality and how much of this we can actually get. And then we debated whether we wanted it even. There were people who'd lived in a variety of different social systems, people who point out that what we have at the moment is already pretty good, and so we should be at least acknowledging that before we start revolutionary talk. So lots of disagreement, and like, do we want it? What is it? Can it work? We don't know is the answer to all of those.
Hi, Niels Rosenquist. Like many of you, our conversation meandered a bit. End of the day, we touched on a bunch of topics I think a lot of us had touched on earlier. Just a couple of themes. The importance of making all of these discussions and topics understandable by people who listen to Joe Rogan and not, NPR on a regular basis necessarily. That, it's important to both for the purposes of people understanding these tools and making them valuable to people from the bottom up, as well as getting feedback from groups and individuals. There was some discussion of kind of like bottom up versus top down approaches to, getting buy-in. Like, how can you make these tools valuable for people to want them, whether it's ways of communication across plural mechanisms and other things versus other ways. And I think, did I miss anything, guys? Nothing? All right, that was it. Thank you.
Yeah, our group had an interesting discussion. I think there were 3 key themes we had. The first was related to Michael's discussion of bounded rationality, and that getting a bit more comfortable with the realization we may not be able to draw a box around what is within the bounds of plurality and what is not, because I think when you enter a field of academia, whether it's computer science or other, there is this syllabus that feels a bit more comfortable, that if you can digest it, you have a very clear understanding of what it is, and maybe this more messy, outwards growing field is something we won't be able to draw a box on. We then talked about the pitfalls of not being able to draw that box and why that is really harmful for interdisciplinary research. We then also talked about what happens to traditional schools of thought or other ideas of what happens to traditional individualistic views of economics. Does research always have to be proposed with the plurality ideas and then complemented with these more individualistic ideas and then comparing the outcomes of both, or do we now just all start putting forth only these new mechanism results? And then I think we finally talked about how at this conference, at least, there was only a brief mention of more of the meta work that needs to be done for plurality. And in specific, I think Glenn talked about in his talk the need to have some of the more parts of the academy, like journals, publications, et cetera, to push forward this movement. What other things do we need to be learning from previous movements that we can start doing and adopting to push forward plurality? Is just getting quadratic voting and these other mechanisms adopted at big companies or in corporations enough, or is there other things in addition to journals and publications that other schools of thought have done that maybe plurality can learn from as well?
I think we had a very similar discussion as everyone here. I think one of the ways we started off with was, okay, we talked in this last set of speakers, we had how do we combine the different areas, different fields of research? How do we understand E. coli from an economist's point of view? That's a very fair question. And how do we translate these mental models that are in different fields and put it into the right questions and right terminology? Then we noted that there are some people that may not fit exactly into a system, but can provide a lot of benefit to the system because of their diversity. They see things in a different way, and how do we ensure that these diverse voices are heard or integrated into the system, and or filtered correctly to the right people, such that their feedback is additive to the system. And I guess we kind of surmise that the premise is not obvious. Plurality is not natural without an objective. So how can we? How will these people collaborate with people outside of the system? Kind of as you noted, 70%, as you say, of the people in the world are believe in how would you say, monoliths? And so not as many people are pluralists. So how do you activate preferences and values to people without context as to having the background of the field that everyone's in? Yeah, that was our discussion.
So we ended up kind of diving into statistical and methodological challenges with thinking about and activating pluralistic approaches, and we just got stuck there. That's where we were the entire time. And so some of the things that emerged from our discussion were, how to think about in contractual systems kind of higher order problems, right? You've got agents that are interacting with one another, but then you also have dynamic systems when they're different objectives where, they're boom and bust dynamics and bubbles, and how does one think about developing kind of alternative algorithmic intelligences that can actually kind of stabilize and smooth out concerns in those systems. We talked about the difference between experiments on, Glenn brought up this idea of experiments on versus experiments with participants. Experiments on participants, you assume ex ante that you know the questions that need to be asked, like the FDA deciding whether or not some drug actually works relative to placebo control, or you know the things that need to be measured. And this is very different from cases where when you roll out something into the world, like a new system, that there are new emergent values, there are new emergent opportunities, and the opportunity to experiment with the people who are parties to that experiment actually opens up new opportunities. And the importance of kind of building, in some ways, a science of combinatorial opportunity rather than just kind of fixed ex-ante control. We talked about the way in which many statistical systems are focused on, the center, the mode of the distribution, rather than the tails, or the diversity of experiences that might happen across people in a population, or in rare events, or the way in which actually thinking about data about the past, or generating data that has a fair bit of diversity, allows one to learn more quicker from these systems, even though it allows the possibility of artifacts to emerge. So we just talked about these classes of problems. And that's it.
Awesome. Thanks, everyone. So we've had a bunch of people watching on the live stream, and we're going to say goodbye to you all. Thank you. There's lots of comments and questions in the chat, which has been awesome. We're going to try to get those slides to you guys. Thanks so much for joining us. Very brief preview. Tomorrow is our unconference. We have 2 rooms upstairs and 2 breakout rooms on this floor, and this room, so 5 total spaces. The whole day is just going to be sessions that are led by you. The way you can sign up, so we're opening up some sessions tonight and some sessions tomorrow morning. If you want to sign up, go through those doors right where you registered. David will be there with a laptop, help you get signed up. We're going to follow 3 principles for our unconference. We're going to share the stage. This is not a 50-minute lecture by you. This is 10 minutes where you kind of give some information, and then you open it up to questions, to discussion. It's really about facilitating a discussion. It can turn into a working group. The people who come are the right people. Maybe just 1 or 2 people come, and maybe those people end up becoming your collaborators. So it's really not about having a huge session, but about bringing the right people together to do the work that needs to be done. And we're going to follow the law of mobility. And so that means you don't commit to staying to any session the whole time. You can go for 5 minutes, check it out, get up and leave, check out another session, or just jump into a conversation in the hallway. I know that can be really uncomfortable for people, but it's a very important part of the unconference framework. So we can talk about that a little bit more tomorrow. Sign-ups at the front. We're going to take a group photo because I like to document things, so I think this is very important. And then after that, we're going to break for happy hour, for Joe Kellner Band, for poster session, and all that. Okay, so Vincent, our photographer. Vincent, are you ready? Yeah.